Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's hearing in dockets number 2020-264E and 2020-265E, Duke Energy Carolinas LLC's establishment of a solar choice metering tariff pursuant to South Carolina Code, annotated section 58-40-20, and Duke Energy Progress LLC's establishment of the same. Today is Thursday, March 18th. It is 9:04 a.m. Before we went into recess yesterday, the applicant had finished presenting witness Brad Harris. Applicant, do you have another direct witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ashley Cooper on behalf of Duke Energy. We do not have another direct witness at this time.
Okay, so before we move to the next witness, let's take roll of the commissioners. Hearing the hearing room, we have Chairman Williams, Vice Chair Belzer, Commissioner Powers, and Commissioner Caston. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Irvin and Williams. So Duke is, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting my friend Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. Thank our gracious court reporter for reminding me.
Thank you. She's good.
She is good. So our next direct witness is Thomas Beach, from what I see. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever. Is Mr. Beach your witness, your direct witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He is our direct witness. In addition to, say, CCL and Upstate Forever, Mr. Beach is also a witness for both Solar, North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, and the Solar Energy Industries Association.
Okay, and so just so we know where we're going today, if we finish with Mr. Beach today, the next witness would be Mr. Justin Barnes. Is that correct? North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Mr. Chairman, this is Peter Ledford on behalf of NCSEA. Yes, Mr. Barnes is next in the order, and he is. I see his name on the screen.
Okay, sounds good. And then we will go to Alder Energy Systems LLC with witness Don Zimmerman. Is that correct, Mr. Spear?
Chairman Williams, that's correct, and I believe I see Mr. Zimmerman present.
Okay.
So we'll be ready to go.
Sounds good. Thank you all for being prepared and ready to go. Ms. Mixon, call your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Upstate Forever, Vote Solar, North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, and the Solar Energy Industries Association call Tom Beach to the stand.
Mr. Beach, please take the witness stand. Pause for a brief moment to allow the court reporter to swear you in, sir.
Mr. Beach, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Beach, can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is first initial R, Thomas Beach.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Yes, I'm a principal consultant at Cross Border Energy.
And Mr. Beach, did you cause to be pre-filed in these dockets on February 8th, 2021, direct testimony consisting of 19 pages and one exhibit labeled Exhibit RTB1?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If the questions put to you in your testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Was the exhibit to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to have Mr. Beach's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Beach's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And I would also move to have the exhibit attached to Mr. Beach's pre-filed direct testimony and labeled as Exhibit RTB1, entered into the record and identified as the next hearing exhibit.
Exhibit RTB1 will be marked and entered into the record as hearing Exhibit 8.
Thank you. And Mr. Beach, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony today?
Yes, I did.
would you please read your summary to the commission?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I'm Tom Beach, Principal Consultant of Cross Border Energy, and I thank the Commission for the opportunity to appear before you today. My direct testimony discusses why I support the proposal of the Duke Utilities concerning a new residential solar choice tariff for DEC and DEP, consistent with Act 62. The Duke proposal was developed through extensive discussions and negotiations involving the Duke Utilities and a group of key stakeholders, including the parties that I'm representing today. The key features of the Duke Solar Choice program are a time of use rate with significant rate differences between the time of use periods, an overlay of high critical peak pricing rates applicable to the on-peak hours on a limited number of high demand days that the utilities can call a day in advance, monthly netting of imported and exported power within time of use periods, net exports credited at a wholesale avoided cost rate, and a monthly minimum bill of $30 per month. Act 62 requires a balancing of the often competing interests of both the participating ratepayers who install solar and the non-participating customers who do not. The Duke Solar Choice tariffs achieve this balance by both maintaining distributed solar as a reasonable economic option for residential customers, yet eliminating to the greatest extent practicable any cost shift associated with customer adoption of this resource. My testimony also concludes that the Solar Choice program eliminates any cost shift concerns. I have reviewed and concur with the testimony of Duke witness Bradley Harris, who used both embedded and marginal cost analyses to demonstrate that the proposed tariffs eliminate or substantially reduce any cost shift to non-solar customers. I would note that, in my view, Mr. Harris's marginal cost analyses are overly conservative, as I would include in the marginal cost analyses higher calculations of avoided capacity costs for generation, transmission, and distribution. I would also include additional quantifiable benefits that are specified in Act 62, such as avoided carbon costs and fuel hedging benefits that Duke's analysis did not consider. If these values were used, the marginal cost analysis would show benefits from the tariffs that more closely approach or exceed the costs. My testimony also comments on the important rate design elements of the proposed Solar Choice tariffs. While the proposed Duke tariffs will result in a moderate reduction in the bill savings available to solar customers when compared to the current NEM tariffs, on the order of a 10% decrease for a typical customer, the Solar Choice program provides customers with an opportunity to further reduce their costs by taking actions that also benefit the grid and reduce costs for non-participants. The TOU rate structure aligns more closely with the utility's time-varying cost of service, and the overlay of critical peak pricing rates sends the strongest price signals to customers in the peak hours on a limited number of days when demand is expected to be very high. These CPP event days are exactly when reductions in usage and thus increases in solar exports are most valuable to the system. The proposed DEC-DEP tariffs also include elements that encourage customers to reasonably limit the sizes of their solar systems, and thus to limit any residual cost shift that might occur. These elements include the $30 per month minimum bill, compensation for monthly net exports at a low wholesale avoided cost rate, and the grid access fee for systems larger than 15 kilowatts. Those components mean that the reduction in bill savings is lower for smaller residential customers, which may help customers with smaller homes and lower electric usage, and presumably lower incomes, to be able to afford to invest in solar or to adopt solar through a leasing arrangement. The monthly minimum bill also ensures recovery from solar customers of the utility's customer-related costs that do not vary with usage. Finally, the proposed DEC-DEP Solar Choice tariffs represent a reasonable first step toward a rate platform that can support deployment of other types of distributed energy resources. Rooftop solar is just one type of DER, which also includes storage, smart thermostats, electric vehicles, and programmable heat pumps for space and water heating. These other types of DERs promise to provide system benefits both by increasing loads, as do electric vehicles and electric heat pumps that displace gas appliances, and by shifting loads out of peak periods, as do storage and smart thermostats. In the future, customers increasingly will adopt solar in conjunction with these other DER technologies. As a result, the rate structure applicable to solar customers also must be adaptable to other DER technologies. In sum, I agree with the testimony of Duke witness Lon Huber that the proposed Duke Solar Choice Program represents a complicated mix of interrelated concessions and compromises among the involved stakeholders. While the stakeholders who negotiated the stipulation will have different opinions about individual elements, there was agreement among these diverse parties that, as a package, the deal is a reasonable and constructive compromise that satisfies the elements of Act 62. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Witness is now available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Thank you. Applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is Ashley Cooper on behalf of Duke Energy. I believe Ms. Shirley Smith had made a request that the applicant would be last to cross-examine.
You're exactly right. Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Mr. Chairman, this is Peter Ledford. As one of the sponsoring parties of Mr. Beach's testimony, we do not have any questions.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
Mr. Chairman, SIA is also a sponsoring witness for Mr. Beach.
All right.
That's correct. Thank you, Kate.
Vote Solar.
Same with Vote Solar.
Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Chairman Williams, Alder Energy has a couple of questions for the witness.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Beach. Were you able to get your second shot?
I was, thank you.
Very good. You remember me, correct? I represent Alder Energy, and I'm going to be asking you a couple of questions specifically relative to non-residential customer generation. Are you comfortable with that?
I will do my best.
Thank you very much. What is the purpose of a demand charge on a non-residential customer's bill?
Well, typically demand charges recover certain costs that are attributable to the maximum usage that a customer might put on the utility system. Typically, for example, demand charges often are used to recover transmission and distribution costs, especially for larger customers.
Would you agree that a non-residential customer that has a demand charge as a component of the customer's bill better covers that customer's cost to serve relative to a customer that does not have a demand charge?
You know, I'm not sure I do agree with that statement. I believe that there actually are types of rate design that better recover the costs that customers impose on the system during peak demand periods than demand charges. For example, I think that time of use, volumetric time of use rates and critical peak pricing rates, such as are used in the Duke Solar Choice tariffs, are actually a better rate design tool than demand charges.
And I appreciate that opinion, and I certainly don't disagree, but I guess specifically the demand charge in any event, whether or not there's a better method, is simply intended to better cover a particular customer's cost to serve. Without regard to whether or not there's a better method, that is the purpose of that demand charge, correct?
That's the intent, yes. Like I said, I think there are better ways to do it, but that's the intent.
And that's true whether or not a non-residential customer employs solar or not. In other words, whether or not a non-residential customer has solar, the demand charge is there to at least attempt in some fashion to better cover cost to serve. Is that correct?
Yes. Demand charges are often difficult for non-residential customers who have solar to manage. But the utility's intent is to use it to cover their costs.
Are you aware that Act 62 provides a size limitation relative to a customer's demand charge?
I'm not sure that I am.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Applicant.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ashley Cooper on behalf of applicant. We have no questions for this witness.
Commissioner questions for this witness. Commissioner Caston.
Morning, Mr. Beach.
Good morning.
Just a couple, two or three questions to really make sure I understand some of the stuff. Page 5, line 6 through 7 on your direct testimony, which you actually addressed in your summary, where you talk about the proposed tariffs eliminate any cost shift concerns. And I'm not referencing Black's Law Dictionary that my good friend gave me a little while ago. But by any, did you mean that these eliminate all the cost shift, or specifically, what do you really mean by that? Eliminate.
I think I do.
Go ahead.
Sure, I think I do mean all. So I would say that it eliminates all cost shift concerns. I think, as I said in my summary, I think there are additional, especially on a marginal cost basis, additional benefits that Duke didn't consider in its analysis. And when you add in those additional benefits, I don't believe there are. I think all cost shift concerns have been resolved.
All right. Now, again, I want to make sure I understand it. When you say cost shift concerns, does that mean I shouldn't be concerned because there might be some here or there, or are you saying that it eliminates all cost shift?
I'm saying it eliminates all cost shift, the second.
Okay. And you also touched on this in your summary when you were talking about examples of the elements in the proposed tariffs that strongly encourage customers to limit the size of their solar systems. Would you mind repeating those one more time for me? In other words, what are those elements or key elements that strongly encourage customers?
Yeah. So first of all, there's a $30 a month minimum bill. So you're gonna pay $30 a month to the utility regardless. So that means it doesn't make sense to install a system that's big enough to get you to a 0 monthly bill. You should install a system that gets, the biggest system that you should install is one that gets you to a $30 per month bill. Also, as a system size increases, you export more power to the grid. And if in a month you have net exports, you get compensated for those at the low avoided cost wholesale rate. So there's really a disincentive to size your system larger to have a lot of exports. And then for really large customers who install systems over 15 kilowatts, there's a grid access fee. an additional fee. So all three of those components working together are going to kind of limit the size of the system that a customer can reasonably install.
That makes sense. I appreciate that. So I guess with the interest in reducing the size of, I guess, customer generated solar is, I'm assuming from that oversized rooftop solar increases the cost shift if it's oversized?
Well, if there is a concern with cost shift, the bigger the systems, that might increase that concern.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, another point is that, the Act 62 specifies that customers should be able to serve their own load behind the meter without penalty. And, a smaller system will, a higher portion of the output will do exactly that. Will serve the load behind the meter. And so I think that's certainly addresses the emphasis that Act 62 puts on customers serving their own load.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You also on page 8, I think lines 5 through 7, you discuss the process, and you mentioned it in your summary also, important stakeholders, what, that were involved with this process. Do you know what important stakeholders were included that you believe fully represented the regular, everyday, non-participating residential customer?
Well, Commissioner, I wasn't. I was involved in portions of the stakeholder process. I certainly was not involved as extensively as, for example, Mr. Huber was. But I will say that the utility certainly represented the interests of all of their ratepayers, and these were complicated and difficult, discussions at times. And I will say that I thought that Duke did an excellent job representing the interests of all of their ratepayers.
I'm sure, but what I'm hearing is that one of the interested parties that really had a focus on the everyday non-solar customer was the utility, correct?
Yes, I think that, I don't personally, I was involved in some of the stakeholder meetings. I think I was involved in one of the stakeholder meetings, but that was it. So I don't have personal knowledge of the exact extent to which, there were discussions involving ORS, for example, and the extent to which they were involved.
I understand. I guess the reason I asked that is, first you mentioned the important use of stakeholders, which I think it is important to also use a broad range of stakeholders. So far, I guess from my perspective so far, I've seen no real evidence to this fact. I've heard anecdotal accounts, but nothing that has shown me the Plano residential customers' interest were looked after with equal zeal. But not saying that I don't think anyone wished them harm, just not sure that interest was necessarily considered equally, but I guess time will tell. On page 12, I think lines 16 through 18, your embedded cost analysis, when you referenced the embedded cost analysis using Duke's current cost of service study, is that the one that uses the peak summer, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So in I guess your involvement, whatever role relative to the stakeholder process, was there any discussion amongst the parties about, hey, should we use the summer peak? Should we use the winter peak analysis? Was it debated, discussed? Did one group support something over another? Or how did that come about? How did it come about?
Well, again, sir, I wasn't involved in every discussion. I was involved in discussions of to some extent of the analysis that would be used to support the tariff that was ultimately agreed on. And, in terms of the cost of service analysis, I think that it was certainly the assumption that we would use the utilities' current cost of service analysis, because that's the analysis that supports their current rates. And I think, as has been discussed extensively, a cost of service analysis is a backward-looking analysis. It's intended to capture, it's what's used to allocate the utilities' historical costs among ratepayers. And it's also the basis for their current rates and the basis for the rates that the cost allocations that are used to design these solar choice rates. So it would have seemed extremely unusual to me to move to some kind of different or new cost of service analysis to set these rates. I certainly agree that if you use a different cost of service analysis for one small group of customers, that's opening a Pandora's box of problems.
If I understood you correctly, and I'm no cost of service study expert by a long shot, but if I understood you correctly, you said a cost of service study looks backwards at the past. What I thought I understood, I guess in your testimony and some other testimonies, was that the cost of service study included the embedded cost looking backwards, but a forward look considering marginal cost, which would use the winter rate. Is that correct?
Yes, there was also a forward-looking marginal cost analysis that I believe considered, more forward-looking information, including the fact that Duke is planning for winter peaks now as well as summer peaks.
So
my view personally is that the marginal cost approach is a better way to do the analysis because it's forward-looking. But Act 62 does reference using a cost of service analysis as well.
I think also in your testimony, page 12, lines 20 through 22, you referenced the marginal cost analysis as conservative because Duke did not, I guess, consider additional quantifiable benefits. And I think you referred to I think it was the generic docket on avoided cost, I think 2019-182-E. Is that correct?
I think it was 2019 182-E.
Yes. I don't know what I said, but yes, sir, you're right.
I believe you said 192, but as I heard it, but that's it.
Thank you. One of the quantifiable benefits you mentioned is based on, I guess, avoided cost for carbon emissions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know in previous hearings and this has been mentioned or discussed before. Is there a measurable, tangible economic benefit for a carbon credit now, I guess?
Well,
go ahead.
Well, there's no, I'm not aware that the utilities in South Carolina are under any formal regulatory scheme to regulate carbon. For example, the kind of system that we have here in California or in the Northeast. But if you read the IRPs of the utilities, they're using values for carbon in their resource planning. They certainly are looking long-term to reduce their carbon emissions. There's obviously a vigorous debate about how fast to do that and exactly how to do that. But I think almost every utility in the U.S. is looking to reduce their carbon emissions. So there is there's going to be an economic cost to that, and those costs are often in resource plans. They're often covered by assigning a dollar value to carbon, and so I think that the evidence that there is an avoided cost for resources that have no carbon emissions is pretty evident.
I understand, and certainly, I agree that, currently even on the federal level, there's no carbon tax currently, correct?
That's correct.
And the merits or benefits, certainly I'm not trying to debate, not trying to do anything negative. I guess my thought or point is that as I sit here right now, I would not personally know how in my role I'm supposed to consider that, because I don't know how I can measure in any tangible way something that doesn't exist yet by law. Not saying that it won't, not saying that it shouldn't, none of those things. I'm just saying as it stands right now, I wouldn't know what to do with that or how to use that to mitigate or ameliorate anything. That was the only point I was trying to make, and your points were well made and well taken. One final thing. On page 11 of your direct testimony, you state that the stipulated tariffs will result in a 10% reduction in bill savings for the typical NEM customer, and a larger reduction could have serious negative impacts on the residential solar market. How did you determine that larger reduction would have serious negative impacts? What did you use or do to determine that?
Sure. Well, I looked at what the cost of residential solar is in South Carolina, and it's very close to the bill savings. So you know, a 10% reduction hopefully will not have you know, too big of a harmful impact on the market, but what you can save by installing solar and the cost of solar are very close. And so if you go more than 10%, I think that there is a real danger of having a very adverse impact on the market.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. You've been very helpful, very gracious. And is it 6:38 where you are?
It is. And but I'm a morning person, so don't feel bad about this.
I am too. You actually probably could have called me and I'd have been up when you got up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner questions, Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Beach, in your opening remarks, you mentioned that somehow this program that Duke is proposing would possibly make solar available to lower income or smaller houses. Can you tell me how? I'm really puzzled by that this would affect lower income individuals in a way that would make solar available.
Well, yeah, sure, Commissioner. I went through with Commissioner Caston the ways how this tariff kind of limits the size of solar systems that would be economic to install. Those considerations are not as they don't have as big an effect on customers who install smaller systems, and they also have less of an effect on customers whose loads are lower. So the structure of this tariff actually somewhat favors smaller customers installing smaller solar systems. And so I think that inherently will favor customers who have smaller homes and perhaps smaller incomes to better be able to install solar in South Carolina.
The income level in South Carolina, I just don't, maybe it's just me, I don't understand how this could help people with lower income. Doesn't income as well as age affect the ability or the practicality of going solar?
Well, Commissioner, I don't think that this tariff does not have there's not a subsidy, for example, for customers who have really low incomes. I think I'm talking about, most people who install solar do so on single family homes, and it's typically done by people who own their homes. So we're not talking here about apartments or renters or who would probably be the lowest income people. But what I'm talking about, I think, would be, middle income people who have a smaller house and smaller usage, but still have the capability to and the credit score to be able to for example, borrow the money to take out a loan to install the system or to enter into a leasing arrangement. I think there will be more customers with more middle income customers who would be able to do solar under these tariffs.
Do you know any reason why parties, non-stipulating parties like, I don't know, Walmart or others, why they did not sign off on this agreement? Do you know of any reason why they wouldn't?
Well, I think that this, this agreement really, it focuses on the residential market, residential and to some extent, perhaps small commercial. So I'm not sure that their interests were directly implicated by this stipulation.
Does
and
this, excuse me.
I can't really speak more than that, I think, for what the interests of those customers are.
So this stipulation, if it's adopted, has no effect on these larger customers like Walmart or other parties?
I presume, sir, that if they thought it would have an effect on their interests, they would be saying so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beach. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for this witness from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Good to have you with us this morning.
Good to see you.
You were asked back earlier about whether you can put a price on carbon reduction. In fact, several states in what is known as RGGI have accomplished that, have they not?
Yes, they have.
And it involves a way to capture the carbon money and redistribute them to the states. Could you kind of explain how that works? It's a regional greenhouse gas initiative, as I understand it, an 11-state agreement that puts a price on carbon emissions that are driving climate change. It requires power plants to pay that price and then channel the proceeds back to the states for weatherization and flood control and the like. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. I'm more familiar with the way the California cap and trade system works, but I think in broad outlines, that's the way the RGGI system in the Northeast works.
So I guess my point is that there are programs around the country that are in fact putting a price on carbon, right?
Yes.
And they're capturing it and redistributing it to help lower income people do weatherization and also plan for other impacts of climate change, correct?
Yes. And for example, here in California, some of the money is used for incentive programs for low-income customers to install solar, for example.
So if South Carolina decided to go that route, and I'm not saying that we are or we will, but we could join that regional greenhouse gas initiative and actually get a check every year that our state could invest in low-income housing, for example, or weatherization or flood control in the coastal area. Isn't that true?
Yes. I mean, those programs, do generate a significant amount of money that can be used for those kind of purposes. There also are, for example, here in California, a portion of the proceeds from the carbon cap and trade system are given back to customers as well as just a
right. And I was just reading this morning that Virginia Department of Environmental Quality has just received authorization to spend $43 million in carbon money, and the first round of Virginia will receive through its participation in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. So there are states that are actually helping low-income residents in this way as we speak, correct?
Yes, here in California, you get about a $30 credit on your utility bill twice a year with some of the money from the carbon regulation program.
And I guess one of the real points that I've been trying to make throughout these proceedings is that there are measurable benefits from having, when you get into weighing the cost shift, you have to also consider immeasurable benefits as well. And that's something we haven't talked a lot about, but the benefits are known, right? They're quantifiable and they're known.
Yes. They certainly they are quantifiable. There can be a range of estimates for some of these benefits like carbon. But my view is that you should make an effort to value them and recognizing the uncertainties and not just throw up your hands and say the value is zero.
And a number of jurisdictions have gone through that balancing act and found and concluded that the benefits actually outweigh the cost. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And the Brookings Institute has done a study that essentially confirms that most jurisdictions have come to learn that there really is no cost shift per se, that the benefits are outweighing any potential cost shift. You aware of that?
I am aware of that work, yes.
So I realize this is a compromise, and I'm not trying to undo the compromise. I think it's, it's a good, as I said earlier, a good effort on the part of all parties to reach an agreement in a very complex set of issues. But if one wanted to press the issue and litigate it, there's a possibility there may not be a cost shift in South Carolina. Isn't that true?
Commissioner, that would be my position if we went to litigation on this. So I would certainly agree with that.
So you're giving up, or at least your stakeholders that you represent and that are calling you to testify today are actually giving something up in this settlement agreement, aren't you?
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
You're giving up the opportunity to show and prove to the commission that the benefits do in fact outweigh the costs, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You're also giving up other opportunities that might otherwise be available to you to promote renewable sources of energy and to protect the solar industry from being kind of marginalized by these so-called cost shifts. True?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, we are, and we're, as I mentioned, we are, the compensation for a typical solar customer under this agreement will be less than under the current program. So there have definitely been concessions made on both sides.
And like any compromise, there's give and take on all sides, right?
Yes.
Having said that, do you believe that the compromise that's been reached by all parties, with the exception of the Office of Regulatory Staff, do you believe it serves the public interest in South Carolina?
I do. I think that anytime parties with diverse interests and different points of view can come together and find a middle ground, that advances the public interest.
Thank you for your testimony today. No further questions.
Questions for this witness? Commissioner questions for this witness?
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Beach, good to see you today.
Good to see you.
Thank you. I want to focus also on page 11, your testimony, and the 10% decrease for typical customers. Was that for residential customers?
Yes, it was.
And decrease in savings?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look at non-residential customers in your analysis?
I really didn't. No, I focused, my analysis was focused on residential customers.
Okay. And back to the residential side, what do you think the impact of this stipulation would be on the residential customer that's currently being offered their program under NEM, the legacy NEM customers? What do you think the impact will be once those agreements expire?
Well, like I said, the savings under these new tariffs are slightly lower, maybe 10% lower than under the current NEM program. But there are also some opportunities for customers under the time of use rate structure, where customers can take actions to shift their electric load out of the peak period and into off-peak periods. So I would hope that existing solar customers would see that they would still have opportunities to save almost as much money, and then to take actions that benefit the system and could, further increase their savings. So I would be hopeful that they would, that they would be switching to the new tariffs when their initial agreements expire.
Would it also be true that most of them would have paid off their initial investment and be at a point where they're just reaping the benefits of independent power?
Possibly. It obviously depends on when they installed their system and how much they paid for it, and what the arrangement was, things like that. But it's possible that that could be the case. And I think that customers who install solar tend to, in that process, become much more educated and about their energy use and aware of it and know when it occurs. And they really are the kind of educated customer that you want to move on to time of use rates, because they're the kind of customers who will take advantage of those kind of more forward-looking rate structures.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No further questions.
All right. There does not appear to be any more questions from commissioners. Is there any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon. We have just a few questions.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Beach, Commissioner Caston asked you a few questions on the stakeholder process and whether non-solar customers were represented. The organizations for whom you submitted testimony participate in that stakeholder process?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I didn't.
Did the organizations for whom you submitted testimony in this proceeding participate in that stakeholder process?
Yes, they did.
And did those same organizations ask you, as part of the preparation of your testimony, to consider the impacts that solar customers would have on non-solar customer bills?
Yes.
So do you believe that your testimony took into account non-solar customers' interests?
Yes, it's certainly what Act 62 requires, that those interests be balanced.
And do you believe that there is any negative bill impact to non-solar customers from the Solar Choice program?
No, I do not. And it's my view that there are probably net benefits to non-participating ratepayers from the program.
Thank you. Mr. Beach, do you think that current non-solar customers may want to install solar in the future?
Yes, I would hope that is the case.
And do you believe that the proposed Solar Choice program will protect the solar market so that customers could do so in the future if they would like?
Yes, I think it will.
Okay. And do you also recall, Commissioner Powers, questions about how this proposal could work for low or moderate income customers?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the Duke proposal will work for customers who want to lease solar?
Yes, I think it will.
And under a leasing arrangement, do customers pay upfront costs typically?
No, under a leasing arrangement, they would pay a monthly fee for the lease, and often they don't have to pay anything up front.
You also recall that the stipulation entered into with Duke included a commitment to keep working on additional rate design options that could make solar work even better for low-income customers?
Yes, I believe there are provisions in that direction in the settlement.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Beach. No further questions.
All right. Next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Ledford on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. NCSEA and the Solar Energy Industries Association call Mr. Justin Barnes to the stand.
Mr. Barnes, please take the stand and pause to be sworn in.
Mr. Barnes, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Barnes, please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Justin R. Barnes. My business address is 1155 Kildare Farm Road, Suite 202, Cary, North Carolina.
And on whose behalf are you testifying?
I'm testifying on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association and the Solar Energy Industries Association.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on February 8th, 2021, direct testimony consisting of 19 pages and 3 exhibits numbered JRB-1, JRB-2, and JRB-3?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony at this time?
No, I have no changes or corrections.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same as given in your direct testimony?
They would be the same.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I move that the direct testimony of Mr. Barnes be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The direct testimony of Mr. Barnes will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Chairman, I would also move to have the 3 exhibits attached to Mr. Barnes' pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record and identified as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Barnes' 3 exhibits will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barnes, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
I did.
Could you read it at this time, please?
Of course. Commissioners and Chair, thank you for providing an opportunity for me to appear before you today. My direct testimony offers conditional support for the proposed solar choice tariff settlement between the Duke Energy utilities and clean energy advocates. My support for the settlement is conditional on the Commission's adoptions of the complete terms of the Memorandum of Understanding entered into by the companies and the clean energy advocates for a solar choice tariff that includes an upfront incentive for residential DER customers eligible for Schedule RE that participate in a Winter Smart Thermostat Energy Efficiency Program, the Solar BYOT EE incentive. I take this position for several reasons. First, enabling technologies such as smart thermostats have shown to be highly consequential to electric customers' abilities to respond to time-varying rate designs, such as the time of use and critical peak pricing structure contained in the proposed solar choice tariff. They're likely to be particularly important for helping customers respond to early winter morning peak periods, which could produce significant bill volatility for electric heating customers. It is in the interest of all ratepayers that solar choice customers effectively respond to the price signals provided by the solar choice tariff. And the solar BYOT incentive provides a mechanism that both incentivizes and enables them to do so. Second, the design of the proposed solar choice tariff includes a suite of attributes that, standing alone, could have the potential to be disruptive, as they collectively go well beyond those established for net metering successor regimes in other jurisdictions with relatively higher net metering penetrations. Those attributes include a specialized solar-only time of use critical peak pricing rate with peak periods offset from hours of good solar production, a transition from monthly retail rollover to monthly rollover at the company's avoided cost rates, an incremental monthly basic facilities charge that stems from the mandatory time of use rate design, a minimum bill that is significantly in excess of the BFC that non-solar customers would pay, a non-bypassable fee for public purpose charges based on system size, and a further grid access fee for systems larger than 15 kilowatts AC. As a result, absent measures like the solar BYOT EE incentive that help mitigate those impacts, the company's solar choice tariff design is likely to be considerably impactful to customer-sited solar economics and could be disruptive to the customer-sited solar industry. Ultimately, the solar BYOT EE incentive serves a dual role that addresses both system needs and the avoidance of future costs, as well as the potential for industry disruption caused by the far-reaching changes embodied in the company's proposed solar choice tariffs. In doing so, it and the company's solar choice tariff more generally represent an exercise in creative problem solving that is consistent with the legislature's overarching stated objectives when it adopted Act 62, and in my view, precisely what the legislature hoped would result from the legislation. In conclusion, in evaluating the company's solar choice tariffs and the accompanying settlement and MOU, the Commission should, now and in the future, consider the utilization of enabling technologies, including but not limited to smart thermostats and energy storage, as a critical component of forward-looking solar choice tariffs that achieve the multifaceted objectives of Act 62 and are capable of producing outcomes that benefit all ratepayers. It should also regard the development of the MOU and the proposed settlement as a relatively unique and positive outcome in the arena of regulatory investigations of net metering, which have historically been highly antagonistic and adversarial rather than solution-oriented. This concludes my summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barnes is available for cross-examination and commission questions.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Kate Mixon, and we have no questions for this witness.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. As a co-sponsor, Mr. Barnes, we have no questions.
All right.
Thank you for your testimony, Justin.
All right. Vote Solar.
Beth Durant for Vote Solar. Mr. Commissioner, we have no questions.
Thank you. Outer Energy Systems, LLC.
Taylor Spear for Alder Energy, no questions.
All right. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions for Mr. Barnes.
All right. Please proceed, Attorney Bateman.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Barnes. I hope that you are doing well.
I am, thanks.
Good. Mr. Barnes, do you happen to know the mission of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association and/or the Solar Energy Industries Association?
Off the top of my head, no, I do not.
Do you happen to know which entities make up the membership of either of those two organizations or both of those organizations?
I assume they're fairly diverse, but I don't know the, exact companies or organizations that are members.
Sure. And probably the same answer, but Mr. Barnes, would you know any entity which exists in those organizations? Would the mission of any of those entities be to represent the public interest as it's defined by the South Carolina General Assembly and Code 58-4-10?
Well, not knowing the specific members, I probably can't say yes or no.
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes, I've got a few questions about the MOU attached to your testimony. Does the MOU contemplate advocating for the public interest?
I'm not sure of the specific language. I'm sorry, I'm looking through, kind of various pieces. I don't see anything, immediately. But I don't know whether or not that's just because I'm trying to go through 8 pages or so.
Sure thing. Well, subject to check, Mr. Barnes, you'd agree with me, would you not? The MOU does not once mention public interest, correct?
Subject to check, yes.
And Mr. Barnes, do you know the role of the ORS before this commission?
I believe in general it's to represent the public interest, but I couldn't quote the exact mission statement.
Sure thing. Mr. Barnes, based on your response, you'd agree with me, would you not, that pursuant to South Carolina Code 58-4-10, pursuant to that code, which defines the public interest, the regulatory staff must represent the public interest of South Carolina before the commission?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Sure.
Do I agree with that statement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Barnes.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm certain I could have said that in a more eloquent manner. Mr. Barnes, you'd agree with me, would you not, that the General Assembly has mandated that ORS represent the public interest and make investigations of the public utilities regarding matters within the jurisdiction of the commission?
I don't know the specific authorizing language, but it certainly makes sense to me that that would be the case.
And you would agree with me, would you not, Mr. Barnes, that the MOU obligated the signatories to promote the interests contained in the MOU, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And you would agree with me that any questions I may ask of you today regarding the MOU, in your answers, you're obligated to promote the interests of the MOU, correct?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
And likewise, Mr. Barnes, any questions that these commissioners may ask of you today regarding the MOU, in your answers, you're obligated to promote the interests of the MOU, correct?
Again, I suppose that's true. I'll certainly give candid and truthful answers to the commission, to whatever questions they have.
And once again, Mr. Barnes, to confirm, the MOU makes no mention of public interest, correct?
Yes, subject to check.
And Mr. Barnes, you'd agree with me, would you not, that by advocating or promoting for a cause, communications regarding this MOU will necessarily be biased, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. You'd agree with me, would you not, that by advocating or promoting the causes contained in the MOU, any communications regarding the MOU will necessarily be biased, correct?
If you're suggesting that my testimony is biased, I would disagree. I mean, my testimony kind of stands for what it says. I don't believe my testimony is biased.
Certainly, sir, and not your testimony so much, but any communications regarding the MOU. We've made clear that you're obligated to advocate for and promote the MOU. So when a party asks you questions regarding the MOU, your communications, which must promote and support the MOU, are inherently going to be biased, are they not?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I don't think I'm kind of struggling to think of communications that I've had about the MOU, and actually kind of not coming up with anything really specific.
Well, I'm not necessarily. I'm sorry, Mr. Barnes. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please.
I'm not necessarily referring to any past communications. I'm more referring to any questions asked of you of the MOU. We've established that you're obligated to support and promote the MOU. And so my question to you is, if any questions were asked of you regarding the MOU, because you are obligated in your answer to support and promote the MOU, your answers are going to be necessarily biased, are they not?
If you regard that support for the MOU as implying bias, then I suppose that is true, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. No further questions.
Applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be very brief with Mr. Barnes, but I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Barnes, my name is Ashley Cooper, and I'm an attorney on behalf of the Duke companies. And I'm sorry to ask you a couple more questions about the MOU and the stipulation, but given the most recent questions you received, I do just have some limited questions, sir. You were asked about the memorandum of understanding and whether there was any mention of the public interest anywhere in that. You are aware, correct, that the parties filed a stipulation in this docket, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And you realize that that was publicly filed, so anybody could read the stipulations which represent the terms that the parties have agreed to as it relates to the solar choice tariffs, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to read to you, Mr. Barnes, from C1, which appears on page 6 of the C1 says the stipulating parties.
Attorney
agree that
Cooper,
this
we didn't
Yes.
hear the full citation. If you could repeat that citation for us.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. This appears on page 6 of the stipulation, and it's C as in cat 1.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Barnes, I'm going to read to you the first line, and it says the stipulating parties agree that this stipulation is reasonable, is in the public interest, and is in accordance with the law and regulatory policy. Do you see that statement?
I don't have the stipulation right in front of me.
Do you accept, subject to check, that I've read that as a true and accurate statement?
I do.
And you would agree with me that the word public interest clearly appeared, subject to check?
Yes, I would.
And if this is in accordance with law and regulatory policy, doesn't it require you to tell the truth under oath?
I suppose it does. I would certainly do so anyway.
That's correct, Mr. Barnes. And so when you are questioned about a requirement to advocate for a stipulation or the MOU, doesn't it make more sense, sir, that such a provision is to prevent a free rider, meaning that several parties don't just sit on their hands and say, well, we signed this, but we're not going to participate. We're not going to answer commissioner questions. It's obligating the parties to carry their own fair share to participate and be ready to explain and answer commissioner questions. Isn't that a more accurate read of why you would have such a provision?
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. In fact, a settlement often represents something that parties, what they can live with. Isn't that right? It may not be perfect. It may not be perfect, right?
Of course, it's a compromise.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Barnes. I appreciate your time. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. If there's nothing else for this witness, Mr. Witness, you can stand down.
Commissioners?
Oh, commissioners, you have any follow-up questions for this witness?
I have a couple.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Good morning, Mr. Barnes. Nice to see you again.
Good morning.
Mr. Barnes, were you involved with the negotiations that led to the MOU or the stipulation?
No, not at all.
Okay. Then that concludes that. Thank you.
Anything else for this witness? All right. Mr. Barnes, you can step down.
Mr. Chairman, NCSEA does have a couple of redirect questions, if that's permissible.
Okay. Is that Attorney Ledford?
Yes, my apologies for not identifying myself.
All right.
Mr. Barnes, Mr. Bateman asked you a number of questions about the membership of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, and I wanted to follow up on a couple of those. I believe Mr. Bateman was trying to make the point that NCSEA does not represent the public interest. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about NCSEA's membership. Are you familiar with the organization Appalachian Voices?
I am.
Would you agree that they are interested in supporting the public interest?
Yeah, they have a fairly broad mission that includes lots of things related to coal field redevelopment, serving folks in the Appalachian region who are relatively underserved.
And subject to check, would you agree that Appalachian Voices is a member of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association?
Subject to check, yes.
Mr. Barnes, are you at all familiar with the North Carolina Justice Center?
Yes, somewhat familiar.
Would you agree with me that they are interested in supporting policies that benefit low-income citizens of North Carolina?
That's my understanding of their mission.
And subject to check, would you agree that they're a member of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association?
Yes, subject to check.
Also subject to check, would you agree that NCSEA has more than 12 cities, counties, and municipalities in its membership?
Yes.
And would you agree that cities and counties are interested in looking out for their citizens?
I would agree to that.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Chairman, I have no further redirect.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the commission, I have one or two very brief recross questions.
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Barnes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barnes, just to confirm, the groups that Mr. Ledford just walked you through, those are groups active in North Carolina, correct?
Appalachian Voices is active throughout 5 or 6 states. I don't know off the top of my head where the Justice Center is active. I believe they're active in South Carolina as well as North Carolina. And I don't know whether any of the cities and or counties are in South Carolina relative to North Carolina.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Barnes, you may step down. Call the next witness, please. Well, I'm sorry, folks. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:35. We're in recess until 10:35. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here at the Public Service Commission of South Carolina in docket numbers 2020-264E and 2020-265-E. We took a brief recess. Before we broke, we were finished with Mr. Beach, I believe it was. Barnes, I'm sorry, Mr. Barnes. And now it looks like Mr. Zimmerman is up. Mr. Spear, are you ready to call Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Alder Energy calls to the stand Donald Zimmerman on behalf of Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
I'm sorry, folks. I forgot to call roll. Here in the hearing room are Chairman Williams, Vice Chair Belzer, Commissioner Powers, Commissioner Caston. Joining us virtually are Commissioners Thomas, Irvin, and Williams. Please proceed, Mr. Spear.
Thank you, Chairman Williams. Alder Energy Systems, LLC calls Mr. Don Zimmerman to the stand.
Mr. Zimmerman, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Zimmerman, please identify yourself to the commission.
My name is Donald R. Zimmerman, owner of Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Are you the same Donald Zimmerman that prepared and filed pre-file testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Was that pre-file testimony filed in this proceeding prepared under your direction and supervision?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you all of the questions that are present in your pre-file testimony under oath today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Zimmerman's pre-file testimony be moved into evidence in this proceeding.
Mr. Zimmerman's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Zimmerman, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, I have a short summary.
Would you please present it to the commission now?
Certainly. Good morning, members of the commission. My testimony is intended to assist the commission in establishing a solar choice net metering tariff for non-residential customers in the service territories of Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress. The commission is aware of previous testimony that my company, Alder Energy Systems, has been offering behind-the-meter solar solutions to South Carolina ratepayers for over a decade. Alder's clients are small businesses, commercial real estate owner-developers, manufacturing plants, and municipalities, and other non-taxable entities like schools and hospitals. These organizations wish to participate in distributed generation solar to the extent that is economically feasible and aligned with their sustainability goals. I am pleased to inform the Commission that Duke Energy and Alder Energy have reached a negotiated compromise that, if approved by the Commission, will ensure that non-residential customers will continue to invest in distributed generation, albeit at a smaller scale. The terms of the compromise were memorialized in a stipulation filed by Alder Energy on February 8th of this year. The stipulation provides for a non-residential solar choice net metering tariff for customer generators applying for interconnection after June 1 of 2021. Non-residential customer generators will remain on their existing tariff and be subject to a non-residential rider. The proposed rider provides one-to-one net metering on a monthly instead of annual basis, with net exports credited at the end of the month at Duke Energy's avoided cost rate. Importantly, the rider allows for non-residential customer generators to pay Duke Energy a fixed fee to keep and maintain renewable energy credits attributed to the customer's distributed generation. The South Carolina General Assembly passed Act 62 to ensure ratepayers' continued access to solar energy in South Carolina. The law prohibits any policy that penalizes customer generators for participating in DG. In establishing a solar choice net metering tariff, the Commission should consider both the legislative intent and the directives given to Duke for creation of the tariff. Alder Energy believes that the compromise non-residential solar choice tariff represents the best possible balance for Act 62's various interests, various expressed interests for successor NEM tariffs. Given the specific circumstances presented in these dockets and in light of the nuances of Duke Energy's specific rate structures. On this ground, we respectfully request that the Commission approve the solar choice tariff proposed by Duke and Alder Energy in this proceeding. Thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman, does that conclude your summary?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Chairman Williams, Mr. Zimmerman is available to the parties and to the Commission for questioning.
Thank you. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Kate Mixon. We have no questions for Mr. Zimmerman.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, Solar Energy Industries Association.
Mr. Chairman, this is Peter Ledford for NCSEA. NCSEA does not have any questions for Mr. Zimmerman.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jeff Kirkendall for Solar Energy Industries Association. We have no questions for this witness.
Vote Solar.
We have no questions.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
ORS says, excuse me, no questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Applicant.
The Duke companies have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Zimmerman.
Good morning.
Mr. Zimmerman, do you have your testimony available?
Yes, I do.
I just had a couple of, I wanted to clarify a couple of places. Would you turn to page 2 of 3? I'm using the page number at the bottom of the page.
Gotcha, at the bottom. Got it.
And the sentence that begins at the end of line 18, the law requires the Commission to approve a solar choice metering tariff for, is that a typo?
I'm sure it is. Yes, I would assume that should be for the two Duke Energy companies.
So is that a correction that we might want to make so that it would be Duke Energy?
Yes, please do.
And similarly, on the top of page 3 in line 1, would you look at that and let me know if that is I'm just trying to make sure the record's correct, if you don't mind.
Yes, that was a cut and paste error, and yes, please make the change to be the two Duke Energy companies.
On page 3.
Carolina's in progress.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your appearance here this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have any questions, but I would just like to say thank you to Mr. Zimmerman for working with the parties and coming up with this solution. Appreciate it very much. That's all I have.
Quite welcome.
Chairman Williams, this is Commissioner Williams.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Zimmerman.
Good morning.
Appreciate your work as well. Wanted to ask if you had done any estimates in terms of the impact to bills for your customers and what that impact might be with current circumstances and
we go ahead. Yeah, so we did some spot checks. What we have found was that it's very dependent on the usage profile two things: the usage profile of the customer, and it's also very dependent upon the size of the system relative to the total energy consumption, volumetric energy consumption they have on an annual basis. If you're looking at, for instance, a manufacturing operation that has a relatively consistent energy usage, we would expect to see somewhere on the order of 10 to 15, possibly 20% reduction, or I should say elongation of the payback period, which is the way we kind of tend to look at things. But once again, it is very dependent upon what we consider the energy offset, the percentage of the total energy consumed by that customer that is offset by the solar system. If it's small, the impact would be lower because less is exported to the grid. Particularly when you go from an annual netting to a monthly netting, those what we call the shoulder months, or the spring and fall, there'll be more exporting occurring, and that will reduce the effective compensation for the solar customer.
Thank you. And you mentioned the, if I heard you right, 10, 15, 20% elongation of the payback period.
Right.
Do you have that in years, understanding that this is all, you know, a really diverse world of customers?
Yes, in the Duke Energy territory, the majority of the customers have a demand rate, which means their volumetric energy rate is relatively small. So it will tend to elongate the customers from a 6 or 7 year payback to an 8 or 9 year payback, depending upon, once again, all those other variables.
Thank you. I appreciate the education and the answers. Thank you for testifying. No further questions, Chairman Williams.
Anyone else? Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you. Mr. Zimmerman, good to see you today.
Good to see you as well, sir.
I want you to assume for purposes of my question that whatever reason the commission decided to reject the joint settlement agreement and stipulation of facts that's been entered into among all parties except ORS, and chose instead to adopt the ORS position. How would that affect the solar industry going forward?
Well, the solar industry in general, I think, would have a much more difficult time of making a go of it, so to speak. I don't have exact numbers. Residential is different than commercial, but I think it would be a lot more challenging because of the more impactful nature of their recommendations.
Well, the fact of the matter is that every time you go in and tinker with the benefits that rooftop solar brings to the system, it can have a chilling effect on the growth of rooftop solar. Would you agree with that?
Completely, yes.
And it's hard to educate the public and bring them along when they see that their bills are increasing, despite the fact that they've invested in solar. Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. It's hard to sell anybody on going solar if you can't see the economic value.
So would you agree with me that there are definite benefits that rooftop solar brings to the table when we talk about an energy portfolio to serve the public interest? Would you agree with that?
Oh, 100%.
Could you give us some examples as to how the rooftop solar makes a contribution to the system and ultimately reduces costs for non-solar customers?
Well, there's a number of ways and once again, I am not an expert on rate making or any of that nature, but the simple mind, I'm an engineer. I look at electron flows. If I am a behind the meter customer and I am consuming the power that my solar system is generating, the value that it provides reduces the generation that's required of the local utility, and that more than likely has a high carbon component. So you're reducing the carbon generation and other noxious chemicals in the atmosphere.
In fact, it would be difficult for an investor-owned utility acting alone to get the broad-based benefits without rooftop solar. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that. I think that the value of rooftop solar, in conjunction with large-scale, utility-scale solar, I think it is necessary, and also is helpful to get the generation closer to the consumption in the overall network or grid design.
That also saves money on the grid costs. Would that be true?
Yes, it should. It should. Certainly, if there's any exported power from a solar project, it would go to the nearest neighbor. It wouldn't go back on the transmission grid. It would go through the distribution grid and be consumed by your nearest neighbor.
It would also reduce the their utility fuel costs, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's generation that the utility would not have to provide.
And we've been blessed in the last few years with fairly low, stable natural gas prices. But if we had an increase in the cost of natural gas, that would be bad for ratepayers, particularly if solar is no longer a viable contributor. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the other advantages that a rooftop solar project provides to the end customer is the stability, if you will, of you pay for the system once and it generates 25 years worth of power.
And the other thing that gets lost in the conversation is that the cost of solar has continued to decline over the past number of years. Is that true?
That is correct.
Which makes it very affordable for not just wealthy households, but ultimately it's going to be affordable for moderate to low income households to lease or do community solar. Wouldn't that be true?
Absolutely. And the price trajectories are projected to continue to decline. So we, a few years from now, it should be better than it is today.
Exactly. So, in terms of a glide path toward reducing carbon emissions and trying to slow down global warming, which creates all the storms that we're seeing roll through South Carolina today, intensifies those storms due to the change in our atmosphere and environment. Do you think that rooftop solar specifically has an important role to play in addressing climate change?
Absolutely. I think anything we can do to reduce our dependency on carbon generated assets is going to benefit the planet from a climate perspective. And rooftop solar is a very large contributor to that benefit.
And to Duke Energy's credit, they have come out as one of the industry leaders in promoting solar. Isn't that true?
I believe that's the case.
In fact, they're not only trying to work with rooftop solar in this docket, but they're doing solar projects all over the country. We call utility solar projects that are solar farms and installations with solar. And so they recognize the importance of this resource as well. Wouldn't you agree?
I do agree with that.
Considering all that, do you believe that this settlement is in the public interest of the ratepayers of South Carolina?
I do. It continues, solar viability going forward. Access is available. Companies will not necessarily leave the markets because there's enough room there to sell projects and continue to grow, give people options.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Chairman Williams, I have one further question I failed to ask. This is Commissioner Williams.
Please proceed, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Zimmerman, I was just looking over the stipulation and realized this is my best chance to ask a question about the decision that was made regarding RECs. And the limitation of the first 300 and 400 customers. I was just curious what the thought was behind that and why the limitation, why not make them available to all customers? I'm sure it was a compromise, but
it was a compromise. Certainly my position might not have been the same as what we ultimately ended at, but I can't really go into too much detail as to how the negotiations went.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Redirect.
Chairman Williams, no redirect. Would the commission prefer an errata sheet or some other method to correct the typographical error?
Vice Chair Belzer? Yes.
Be happy to do that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Vice Chair Belzer.
All right, the errata sheet is fine. Just make sure you post it on DMS.
Understood, Chairman. Thank you.
All righty. ORS, are you ready to call your first witness?
Chairman Williams, this is Jeff Nelson on behalf of the Office of Regulatory Staff. We are prepared to present our first witness.
Attorney Nelson, please call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ORS would call Robert Lawyer as its first witness.
Mr. Lawyer, please take the stand and pause to be sworn.
Mr. Lawyer, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lawyer, can you please state your name and occupation for the commission?
Yes, my name is Robert Lawyer. I'm the Deputy Director of Energy Efficiency and Renewables for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff.
And are you the same Robert Lawyer who pre-filed 6 pages of direct testimony with this commission in docket numbers 2020-264E and 2020-265E on February the 8th of this year?
I am.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I do not.
And if I asked the same questions today as those posed in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORS asks the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Lawyer be read into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Lawyer will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lawyer, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
I did.
Would you please present it for the commission at this time?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. The purpose of my testimony is to set forth and support ORS's review, analysis, and resulting recommendations related to the solar choice metering tariffs proposed by Duke Energy Carolinas LLC and Duke Energy Progress LLC, or Duke, in compliance with South Carolina Code Section 58-40-20 of the South Carolina Energy Freedom Act, also known as Act 62. I also introduced one expert witness retained by ORS for this proceeding, Mr. Brian Orey, who is a senior partner with Energy and Environmental Economics Incorporated, also known as E3. Mr. Orey has in excess of 30 years of experience in the energy industry, with expertise in avoided cost, utility rate making, cost effectiveness evaluations, transmission and distribution planning, and distributed energy resources. Mr. Ori discusses E3's analysis and review of the joint application filed by Duke in these dockets pursuant to section 58-40-20 of Act 62, which also includes a proposed stipulation and presents recommendations for the Commission's consideration. Mr. Ori will address the fault with the embedded cost of service studies Duke used as evidence that Duke has fulfilled the requirements of Act 62 to eliminate the cost shift and subsidization to the greatest extent practicable. In addition, Mr. Ori addresses how Duke overestimated the cost reductions that should be attributed to residential solar installations, and in doing so, represents that the cost shift will essentially be eliminated by the proposed stipulation's permanent tariffs. Mr. Ori's analysis demonstrates that a substantial cost shift will remain with the proposed permanent tariffs, and that the proposed stipulation's interim riders are too generous toward customer generators and should be revised to be more aligned with the permanent tariffs. Based on the review and analysis of ORS's expert witness, ORS generally agrees with the types of rate components presented in the proposed stipulation, but supports the findings and recommendations offered by Mr. Ori as presented in his respective direct testimony. This concludes my summary.
Attorney Nelson, I think you are muted, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly was. Mr. Lawyer, can you please summarize ORS's position and role in the Duke stakeholder process that has been discussed by several prior witnesses in this case?
Sure. ORS did attend the stakeholder meetings, and they consisted of many stakeholder presentations addressing various topics related to Act 62 and the development of new solar choice metering tariffs, as well as activities in other jurisdictions across the country. ORS, as well as all the other stakeholders, were able to glean information from those meetings, ask questions, and also provide input during those meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Lawyer. Also, to the best of your knowledge, was ORS involved in the negotiations that led to the stipulation that's been filed in this docket?
No, ORS did not have any involvement in the negotiations that led to the stipulation.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lawyer is available for questions from opposing counsel or the commission.
Thank you, sir. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have some questions for Mr. Lawyer.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Lawyer, ORS's focus in its testimony was on eliminating any cost shift to the greatest extent practicable between solar and non-solar customers. Is that correct?
Correct.
You agree that in the Energy Freedom Act, the General Assembly did not enact a provision that said eliminate the cost shift entirely, no matter the consequences, or irrespective of other policy directives in this act. Would you agree?
I do agree that it did say the greatest extent practicable. We did provide a zero cost shift in order to provide that information to this commission as kind of a foundation, a starting point. Here's what it would be with zero cost shift. We would leave the determination of those other aspects of Act 62 to the commission, and then they can weigh it as they see fit.
I see. So then is it not ORS's position that a solar choice tariff should eliminate a cost shift entirely?
We would like to see a cost shift eliminated entirely. If that's the greatest extent practicable, we leave that up to the commission's determination.
Okay. And so cost shift, that was the only factor that ORS retained witness Horry to evaluate. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
So for instance, Section 2 of the Energy Freedom Act states that every customer has a right to a rate schedule that allows them an opportunity to employ cost-saving measures, including on-site DERs, to reduce their consumption. But witness Horry did not evaluate payback periods for solar. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And Section 2 was not part of my review in this proceeding. Every customer is entitled to that rate schedule, as long as the costs that are involved in structuring those rates have been fairly and equitably distributed across all classes.
And Section 5 of the Energy Freedom Act, which are the solar choice provisions, that states that the legislature intended for Act 62 to avoid disruption to the growing solar market in South Carolina. But witness Horry did not evaluate the impact of his recommendations on the solar market. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. He did not analyze that aspect of the act. 58-40-20 was our focus, and within that, the focus was the cost shift.
But those are factors that Act 62 requires the commission to consider when approving a solar choice tariff. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Lawyer, have you heard Mr. Bateman's cross-examination questions to other witnesses in this proceeding, including, for example, NCSEA witness Barnes earlier?
I did. I don't remember exactly what they were, but I was
That's right. I won't be asking you any specific questions. But is it correct that the ORS believes that focusing entirely on fully eliminating cost shift is consistent with its public interest mandate?
Yes, we do agree with that.
So, in other words, isn't it true that ORS chose to define public interest in a way that excluded several factors in Act 62, such as the interests of current or potential future solar customers, or avoiding disruption to South Carolina's solar market for the benefit of the state's economy?
Well, just so we're clear, and I'll reiterate what our mission actually is and was defined as by the General Assembly. The concerns of the using and consuming public with respect to public utility services. The cost shift most aligns with that mission. The private investment firms or the solar industry, we felt was represented well by other parties in this docket and did not align with ORS's mission. The cost shift did.
Solar customers are part of the using and consuming public, are they not?
Solar customers are, yes.
Okay. And again, we have established that the Act 62 directs the commission to consider the interests of, again, the solar market and solar customers in approving a solar choice tariff. Is it ORS's position that the legislature has directed the commission to approve a tariff that is not in the public interest?
You're right that is the sole discretion, or will be the determination of the commission, not ORS. You're correct. The act did direct the commission to do that, not ORS.
So I guess, put another way, does ORS not believe that the legislature may have directed the commission to consider those factors?
I object to that question. I object to that question, Mr. Chairman. That calls for speculation as to what the legislature intended, and that's not into evidence in this case. And Mr. Lawyer should not be required to speculate in that manner.
With all due respect, Attorney Nelson, I didn't hear the question. What's the question?
My question was about ORS's interpretation of Act 62, which would include what the legislative intent would be, and specifically the question is, does ORS not believe that the legislature may have directed the commission to consider those other factors because they thought doing so was in the public interest?
And I would renew my objection that she is asking what the legislature may have intended in this act, and that's just calling for pure speculation on our part.
I'm asking for ORS's interpretation of what the legislative intent may be, which certainly would be part of why they are taking this position in this proceeding.
Well, I think you can ask for Mr. Lawyer's interpretation, but in terms of asking him what he thinks the legislature intended, I think that I would sustain that objection. But if you want to ask him what his interpretation of the act is, then that's well within the rules.
Very well. Give me 1 second to rephrase. Does ORS not believe that those factors that are outlined in Act 62, again, protecting the solar market, ensuring access for solar customers, does it not believe that those are in the public interest? Or consideration of those are in the public interest?
Oh, absolutely. The consideration, those are in the public interest, as well as those of non-solar customers.
Well, and is it ORS's position that it can unilaterally determine what is in the public interest, even if the legislature says otherwise?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Ms. Nixon?
Is it ORS's position that ORS can unilaterally determine what is in the public interest, even if the legislature has provided otherwise via statute?
It is ours position that that is the one aspect of Act 62 that most aligned with our mission.
Okay. But you understand that every other party participating in this proceeding, which includes the utility, environmental nonprofits, and solar industry representatives, take the position that the stipulation proposed by Duke Energy is in the public interest.
I understand that is their position.
Mr. Lawyer, on page 3, lines 13 to 17 of your direct testimony, you listed the interveners in this proceeding, including SACE, CCL, and Upstate Forever, and stated that the primary purpose of some of those interveners was to sell, lease, and market goods and services related to solar. Isn't that correct?
That's what my testimony says, correct.
Mr. Lawyer, you are aware that none of, or that SACE, CCL, and Upstate Forever have that none of them have any financial stake in the solar industry?
No, they don't, and I don't think I singled you out as doing such. If you look further up in my testimony, you may be the ones that are most tied to the clean energy policy.
Very well. Are you familiar with the 3 letters of support filed by SACE, CCL, and Upstate Forever in this proceeding?
Yes, I do remember those being filed.
And did ORS review those letters of support when developing its testimony?
I don't know no, we stuck to the cost shift aspect of the act. We understand y'all's position in supporting the stipulation.
And so, again, you said you're familiar with the letters. So are you aware that each of those organizations stated that they support the proposed Solar Choice program because they believe it is good for both solar and non-solar ratepayers and South Carolina as a whole?
I don't remember if that's exactly what it said. I'll take your word for it, Ms. Mixon, if that's what they said.
Did you also hear Mr. Bateman's questions to Mr. Barnes regarding the settlement in this proceeding?
Not off the top of my head, if you could remind me.
Well, I'll just ask you some questions. You don't need to recall them exactly. Has ORS ever entered into a settlement in a PSC proceeding?
Oh, sure. Over the years, yes, we have.
And so when ORS entered into those settlements, ORS necessarily supported those settlements. Is that correct?
If we entered into a settlement, yes, we did.
So every time that ORS entered into a stipulation, would you say that ORS was then biased and their position could no longer be trusted?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, I guess if you said you needed a reminder of Mr. Bateman's questions to Mr. Barnes,
Mhm.
do you recall that Mr. Bateman asked questions related to the provision in the memorandum of understanding that stated that the parties entering into the memorandum would support that settlement for the PSC?
Yes,
And
I
do you
remember that line of questioning.
Very well. And so do you also recall that Mr. Bateman's questions asked Mr. Barnes whether that meant that his testimony was biased in favor of that settlement in the proceeding?
I do recall that question.
And so my question to you was, do you believe that every time that ORS has entered into a stipulation before this commission that ORS was biased and could no longer be trusted?
No, I don't believe that. And I don't think ORS has ever said that in this case about anybody.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lawyer. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, Solar Energy Industries Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Ledford for NCSEA. NCSEA does not have any questions for witness lawyer.
Thank you,
Solar
Mr.
Energy.
Chairman. Jeff Kirkendall for Solar Energy Industries Association. We have no questions for Mr. Lawyer.
Vote Solar.
No questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Taylor Spear for Alder Energy. No questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ashley Cooper, on behalf of the Duke Companies, no question for witness lawyer.
All right. Time for commissioner questions. Mr. Lawyer, I have a couple of questions for you. Mr. Lawyer?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Mr. Lawyer, who at ORS made the decision not to represent solar users in this proceeding?
I don't. Nobody. We represent solar users as well as non-solar users.
How is your representation of solar users presented, or how is it complete when the only consideration that you made was with the cost shift?
Well, I think when you look at cost shift, which was our sole focus in this, when you look at the distribution and fair and equitable allocation of costs over all class of customers, that we consider that a benefit. We consider that statute.
Okay, I'm a little confused.
It's not a. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you
What
off.
I'm trying to understand, Mr. Lawyer, is how do you fulfill your mission to represent the concerns of the using and consuming public if the only consideration you made in this proceeding is the cost shift, which from my understanding impacts non-solar users? Is that not correct?
That is correct. Non-solar users are affected.
So how have you represented solar users in this proceeding? And not just you, ORS. How has ORS represented the members of the using and consuming public who are solar users?
Well, like, as I stated earlier, when you distribute costs fairly and equitably across all customer classes, whether they're solar users or not solar users, that is a benefit, as well as what the statute calls for. If you look at the number of customers that are adversely affected by cost shift, out of, forgive me a second, I think between DEC and DP, there's over 770,000 customers. 12,000 of them approximately have solar. Is it fair for the non-solar users to carry the burden for the 760-ish thousand to carry the burden for the 12,000?
I understand that. So my question to you again is, how have you represented the 12,000? I understand the burden of the 700,000. I'm asking you about the 12,000. Are they not members of the using and consuming public?
They are.
So how have you represented their interests?
Well, they should also be paying the fair share of those costs fairly and equitably, just like every other customer.
So ORS's position is those members of the using and consuming public, their concerns are not relevant because they're not paying what you consider their fair costs? Would they not be concerned with solar energy and the ability to continue to deploy solar energy?
Yeah, of course, they still have that ability. We don't want to take that ability away. So we're just asking that costs are fairly and equitably distributed amongst all classes, fairly.
Understood. Could you state ORS's mission again?
Sure. I'll read it for you if you wish. ORS represents the public interest as defined by the South Carolina General Assembly as the concerns of the using and consuming public with respect to public utility services, regardless of the class of customer, and preservation of continued investment in and maintenance of utility facilities so as to provide reliable and high-quality utility services.
Okay. So do you know the concerns of those 12,000 solar users in the company's territories?
I have an idea of what those concerns would be.
Please share them with me.
Yes. Well, I think when one invests in solar, there could be a number of different reasons. One could be bill savings or cost savings measures. Some could be other economic reasons or environmental reasons.
Okay, let's take those one at a time. How have you represented the concerns of those 12,000 solar users concerned about bill savings in this proceeding? How have you advocated for them?
Well, we're not convinced that bill savings have disappeared. I think the companies themselves and other witnesses have testified that bill savings will be less than they were. I don't think we're convinced that the bill savings would totally evaporate with no cost shift. Savings would still be there. Are they the magnitude they are now under the Act 236 structure? No, they will not be that much. But we're not convinced, or it hasn't been proven that they would totally evaporate either. There still will be bill savings.
How have you advocated for the environmental interests of those 12,000 solar users? If they have concerns about the environment, how have you advocated for those concerns?
Well, again, nobody wants to take solar away from anybody.
Mr. Lawyer,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Lawyer,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that. I didn't make any suggestion as to what ORS wanted to do. My question is pretty simple to me. How have you advocated on behalf of the concerns of the solar users in the company's territories? You stated that one of those concerns are their environmental interest. What evidence have you submitted or will come into record to support the environmental interests or environmental concerns of the 12,000 members of the using and consuming public who happen to also be solar users in the company's territories? Can you point me to an exhibit, testimony that supports those environmental concerns or supports the bill saving concerns of those 12,000?
No, sir, I can't point to an exhibit that does that or that we have openly advocated for anything other than the cost shift analysis provided for you that fairly and equitably distributes costs across all customer classes.
Thank you, sir. That is the answer to the question based off
Okay.
what I've heard thus far. But what concerns me about that answer is that I don't see how ORS can fulfill its mission of representing the concerns of the using and consuming public if 12,000 members of DEP and DEC's territory are not represented through your advocacy in this proceeding. It seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me that ORS has decided to advocate for the masses and not advocate for the minorities. The minority in this proceeding, the solar users. Is that not true?
I would totally agree with that, Commissioner, respectfully. I think we represent all the customers.
You
Based on our
said you
mission.
totally agree or disagree?
No, I did not fully agree. I'm sorry. I think we do represent all the customers and have represented all the customers.
But you can't point to any evidence in record or any testimony that may come into the record that supports the environmental interests of those 12,000 customers, the bill saving concerns of those 12,000 customers, or any other concerns that those members of the using and consuming public may have. Is that correct?
There is no exhibit or direct advocacy I can point to, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Caston.
It's still morning. Good morning, Mr. Lawyer.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I must admit I'm a little confused too. And would you mind one more time, I guess, explaining your understanding of what your understanding is of that portion in your mission that says using and consuming public? What does that mean again?
Well, it's the using and consuming public with respect to public utility services. That would encompass all classes of customers.
Okay, because I thought Chairman Williams, made some very interesting points. And while I can't speak to how necessarily the electrical utility does it, but, I could probably make an argument, say, from a water utility perspective, that an industrial client, a large industrial client, probably has a favorable rate as compared to a typical residential a unit. So along the logic, I think I heard ORS's logic, is that wouldn't be fair at all. So perhaps we just advocate for just that one residential unit or the residential or that particular rate class. But the methodology or the reasons that industrial class would have that rate difference is, at least from an industry point of view, absolutely defensible, makes all the sense in the world. But they're different rates. So how is this any different than that example I just gave you?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I lost you on that.
A little bit.
That was kind of a muddy stream right there.
I'm not sure exactly what the question is.
I guess building on what Chairman Williams asked, it does appear, and look, I am a strong advocate for the little customer that they don't know a thing about these proceedings. they don't even have a hope or a dream of having solar on their roof. But that said, you know, that solar customer, whether, you know, you agree or don't agree or what, that is a rate payer. Now, they're not necessarily in a separate class, but it is a rate payer and part of the consuming and using public. And the analogy I was trying to make, and obviously did a poor job, is that there are distinct class differences and rate differences that are not equal as far as the number itself goes, the amount of that unit cost, but very justifiable. So in this case where, okay, you might have cost shift, if I'm understanding it correctly, ORS is saying, well, it's got to be zero or it's absolutely not fair. But if I were a solar customer, and we've certainly heard some arguments, I guess, to this effect, that, well, I've heard some say it is zero, others say it's not, but it kind of meets that criteria of, I guess, greatest extent practicable, that, you know, nobody's totally taking the abuse, nobody's totally getting their way. So I guess I think that's where I don't want to put words in Chairman Williams' mouth, but I think that's what he was alluding to, and it's kind of what I'm struggling with now too, as far as that definition. So let me try to ask the question: Is it inappropriate for ORS to consider that maybe zero is not in the best interest of the consuming and using public, or using and consuming public?
Well, let me just first start off by saying that I understand what you're saying. Solar is voluntary. Not everybody needs it, wants it, or can get it. There are those that choose to do that. I hope they do the homework on the front end, their due diligence to find out what risks and rewards are involved with such a decision, and they tailor that decision to their own personal needs. I'm not sure if that answered your question totally.
Not very well.
Not very well, okay.
Let me see if I can rephrase it.
Please do, please do.
And I don't know if I'm drawing a proper analogy here, but would it also not be my prerogative or anybody's prerogative to, if I had the resources, to set up a commercial business, convenience store? If I had the resources to do that and chose to do that, could I do that?
Open a convenience store? Sure.
Would that probably put me in a different rate class? That business would have a different rate class or different bill?
Yes, you could be in a different rate class. Certainly there wouldn't be residential.
Again, that was probably a poor analogy, but I guess what I'm asking is, you know, just because I choose to put solar or not put solar on my roof because I can and this person can't, does that mean that their interest still shouldn't be looked at with equal vigor, zeal, or concern?
No, they should be.
Then,
but there's a balance with that customer as well as the rest of the customer base.
Absolutely agree. But I'm really struggling to understand how zero is any more of a balance than maybe what's proposed. Zero, is zero a balance?
Well, as Ms. Mixon asked me earlier, there are other aspects to Act 62 that you and the rest of the commissioners need to take into consideration. We're not saying you shouldn't. We wanted to give you the foundation to start with a zero cost shift. If you feel those other aspects need to be weighed with that, we totally agree with that. It is your determination of how you do that.
Well, would it have been possible, in your opinion, because we can't attend any of these, as I understand it, thank God, the commission, we do not have the right to attend any of these stakeholder meetings. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. Yes, correct.
And ORS does, correct?
We do, or we have.
And ORS can do that representing the using and consuming public, correct?
That is correct.
So am I understanding you to say that your interpretation of ORS's mission, or what the legislation says, simply requires ORS's role to look after the using and consuming public to, in this case, absolutely always be zero? And maybe that, and I think having a baseline is excellent. I like that kind of info. Hey, if there were no cost shift, what it would be. I think that's great. But if you're in the room or part of a process, could ORS be part of that process and argue a point? And if you see that there's no way that's part of stakeholder process negotiations. Everybody's a little bit disappointed. Everybody's a little bit happy. And at the end of the day, after you've struggled through this, you kind of come to a mutual understanding is that nobody got everything they wanted, but it's good enough. So I guess what I'm asking, is it just absolutely illegal, or is it not possible for ORS to participate in those type settings to try to fight for the using and consuming public and find something that you feel looked after the using and consuming public that actually contributes to the process?
Yes, I would agree with that. And I would also add that ORS has and does do that. If you're talking about the cost shift in particular, it's been no secret, and we bring it up every time we do have stakeholder meetings. It's always been on the table as far as back as to when Act 236 came about, and it still is today.
But what is it ORS's position in these stakeholder meetings, or these such as this that they participate in? Is it their position that our participation is always going to be zero, and we're not going to work or negotiate with other folks? Is that what you're telling me is ORS's position in these stakeholder process?
No, we're always willing to talk and negotiate, work out solutions with other parties.
Was that done in this case?
Well, based on the testimonies before you, we took the position of zero cost shift to present to you as a foundation. The other interests are represented. As far as I stated in my opening summary, ORS was not part of any negotiations.
I understand that. But was ORS not part of the negotiations because nobody invited you, or they kept it all secret, or did ORS choose not to participate in the negotiations?
No, if asked, ORS has always been willing to negotiate.
Were you asked?
No, we were not.
You weren't asked to negotiate or to participate in the stakeholder process?
No, we did participate in the stakeholder process. As far as negotiations in developing the stipulation, we were not a part of.
So you were not invited to the negotiations in the stipulation. Is that what I'm understanding?
ORS was unaware of any stipulation that was even being negotiated. We took part of the stakeholder processes.
If you had known,
Sorry.
excuse me, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we were part of the stakeholder processes. There's no doubt about that. As far as negotiations for the stipulation filed with this application, we were not a part of.
In your opinion, if ORS had known about the negotiations or the discussions going on relative to a potential agreement, would ORS have participated and negotiated in good faith?
Oh, absolutely. Sure.
So what I'm understanding is that you participated in stakeholder process, but you were not invited to the table, ORS was not invited to the table in the negotiation process. Is that correct?
Yes, we were part of the stakeholder processes, but not the negotiation piece.
Because you were not invited.
For this stipulation. That is correct. We were not invited to any negotiations.
Okay, let me ask you another thing too, if it's okay. On page 2, line 24 and 25 of your, I think, direct testimony, you, I think, mentioned the final order in the NEM generic docket.
Yes, sir.
How would, and I don't know the answer to this. I mean, I was kind of curious. How would a final order in the NEM generic docket have helped or changed ORS's recommendation?
Well, I think we've heard a lot of talk, not only in this case, but previous to many cases, about benefits of solar, the costs of solar, the cost benefit analysis. And it would have been very helpful to have a clear and definitive determination come out of that docket that expressly states what those costs and benefits are, how they could be allocated, how they be quantified and then fairly distributed amongst all the classes.
Makes sense, but if I understand this correctly, these generic dockets, like for NEM, the avoided cost, avoided capacity, and avoided energy, are those not reviewed like every 2 years?
Yes, as a matter of fact, those dockets, I believe, are just open for this year, several months from now.
So, if we kind of look at it every 2 years, that would still, I'm still not sure how that would affect, you know, your recommendations now or in this, but I think you answered that. You want to try it again to see if maybe I can understand it a little bit better?
Well, no, you're right. We do look at the avoided costs now due to Act 62. Well, we did every 2 years as well. They get a lot more attention these days, and that will be upcoming. But I think I was trying to hone in on the costs and benefits piece in particular. It would have been nice to have everybody on the same page in knowing exactly what you hear the carbon tax or carbon offsets, things of that nature. Whatever comes out of that docket and is determined that needs to be looked at, ORS will be more than happy to look at it.
Well,
on a going forward basis in determining, you know, all those inputs are going to have a direct effect on that cost shift that we focused on.
Okay. One final thing. in your opinion, or would it be possible for ORS in future stakeholder processes and potential negotiations to actively participate to the conclusion of the process?
That's always a possibility, Commissioner.
And if it's not, why would ORS not do that?
Why would we not participate in,
And
can you repeat that?
why would, under what circumstances, if you have an example or two, would ORS not be interested in participating in such as this in any negotiations on behalf of the consuming public?
I know no instance or circumstances why we would not. We're always able and willing to do so.
Good enough. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lawyer, thank you for your testimony. And just a couple of questions. I've settled a lot of cases at the courthouse door. I've settled cases when the jury was out. Is there any way to reach some sort of compromise without just a rejection of this stipulation at this point?
I think there's always that possibility. Sure.
Do you have anything in mind that you feel you could reach out and possibly benefit the commission in reaching a decision on that, or some way to, or what would that compromise be? I think is what I'm trying to ask.
What it would be or what it would, I have no opinion on that, Commissioner. I don't know. But it is always a possibility.
As far as the partial, and it is a stipulation, it's not an agreement, we understand that. Does ORS believe that any part of this stipulation violates Act 62?
I wouldn't say that it violates it. We just have fundamental disagreements of the underlying results that come from that stipulation.
So, and I know there's been a lot of sports things thrown out, so everybody's still on the playing field then at this point.
Yeah, I love the sports analogies.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Good morning, Mr. Lawyer. How are you today?
Good. How are you, Commissioner Belzer?
I'm fine, thank you. Mr. Lawyer, on page 2 of your testimony where you state the definition of public interest, do you know where that definition comes from?
Yes, 58-410, I believe.
And do you know what the 4 in that 58-410 stands for? I recognize you're not an attorney.
I am not.
But would you agree, subject to check, that the 4 represents Chapter 4 and the title of Chapter 4 is Office of Regulatory Staff? Would you agree with subject to check?
Yes, I agree with that, yes.
Okay. And I believe you recognize, since that the T in the quoted part has brackets around it, that you would recognize that there is something that precedes the quoted definition in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And subject to check, would you accept that the words that precede the quoted part are the regulatory, for purposes of this chapter only, public interest means? Would you accept that, subject to check?
Yes, Commissioner.
And are you familiar with other parts of Chapter 4 dealing with the Office of Regulatory Staff? for instance, are you aware there's a statute in Chapter 4 that sets forth the duties and responsibilities? There's another statute that deals with ORS asking for production of books and records from regulated utilities and things like that.
Yes, it has been a while since I've looked at that, but yes,
Okay.
I do recollect that.
And so, are you aware that prior to enactment of Act 175 and the putting in Chapter 4, that public interest was not defined in Title 58, which ORS and the Commission deal with? Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry, was I aware of?
That the public, that quote, public interest was not defined in statute prior to enactment of Act 175 and the enactment of 58-4-10. There was no definition contained in Title 58.
I will take your word for that, Commissioner.
Yet, even though public interest was not defined, in the realm of regulatory utility regulation, there was often discussed and findings made that a procedure, a rate, or whatever would be in the public interest. That term has been around a lot longer than the definition in Title 58. Can you comment or agree with that?
I'm not aware of that time frame. I will take your word for it.
Okay. And that even though that definition pertains to ORS and its duties, that this commission still has to make decisions that are in the public interest.
Yes, ma'am.
And that when the commission makes a decision that is in the public interest, it is a broader context than the definition of public interest within the scope of ORS's responsibilities. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. I would.
Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you being here. That's all I have.
You're very
Mr.
welcome.
Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any more questions for Mr. Lawyer?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Thomas.
Commissioner Thomas, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Lawyer, it's good to see you again today.
You too, Commissioner Thomas.
Very good. So I believe I heard you say a couple of things. I believe I heard you say that ORS was not involved in stipulation. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And I believe I heard you say that ORS did not know about the negotiations leading up to the stipulation. Is that correct?
That is correct. I have no knowledge of that at all.
Okay. Do you have any idea? It seems to me like that's just a breakdown of some sort. Do you have any idea of how that breakdown occurred or why, from your side, from your perspective?
No, I do not, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any more commissioner questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you. Mr. Lawyer, you had no involvement in the negotiations because you chose to have no involvement in those negotiations, correct?
No, I respectfully don't agree with that, Commissioner.
Well, why didn't you pick up the telephone or send an email or text to the other attorneys of record, say, you know, I just got your stipulation. I'd like to have some input on that. Do you mind if we talk? Why didn't you do that?
Oh, we have talked with the companies on several occasions.
So are you changing your story now? You have been in negotiations? You can't have it both ways. Either you were excluded or you participated. So just explain what was your role? What did you do?
No, I never said we were part of the negotiation. Just because we have discussions with the companies, that doesn't necessitate negotiation.
Well, you were representing ORS in this discussion, in this shareholder, the stakeholder process, right?
Yes.
Were you the decision maker?
With respects to what, Commissioner?
Respect to this docket and how it's to be resolved.
I'm not sure I understand how it's to be resolved or how.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, let me clarify.
Okay.
Who had the authority to bind ORS in any negotiations with the other parties?
Did I personally? No, I did not.
Who did?
Well, our direct mission comes to this General Assembly, which would filter down to our executive director. My role at ORS is to provide information to our executive director. She has ultimate decision authority.
So are you telling us that you had no authority to negotiate?
That is correct.
Why didn't your executive director give you guidance on what she wanted ORS position to be?
She did give us guidance on what our direction was to be.
Did you communicate that with the other attorneys involved in the docket?
Yes, our direction in this case was to focus on the cost shift aspect of Act 62, which is what we did. As far as negotiations, we were not part of the negotiations that developed, formulated, and resulted in the stipulation.
Who made the decision? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that doesn't mean we haven't had discussions with the company.
Okay.
We're not in a negotiation perspective.
When did the stakeholder process begin, if you recall?
I think the first stakeholder meeting was in March of 2020.
Okay. And who made the decision for witness Horry to file his direct testimony on February the 8th of 2021?
I'm sorry, who gave him the authority to file his testimony?
Yes, sir. Who asked him to make that filing on February 8th of 2021?
ORS retained witness Horry as an expert witness to file testimony.
I understand. When was the decision made to make that filing and by whom?
The decision was made by this commission to file it on the 8th. ORS made a decision to have him file it on the 8th.
Who asked Mr. Horry to prepare the filing?
ORS did.
Okay. And when was that done?
We retained Mr. Horry shortly after Act 62 was passed. And I believe the first work that he provided ORS at that time was in the avoided cost dockets, if I'm not mistaken, which had been the fall of 2019, I think it was.
Okay. When did you become aware that all the other parties entered into a stipulation?
I learned of that shortly before it was released to the press, which I believe was probably around September the 20th, 19th, somewhere in that range. Because then I think it was filed 2020, yes, sir. Because then I think it was shortly filed right after that with this commission.
Why did you wait until February the 8th to respond to it and object to it?
Oh, we didn't wait till then. We had discussions with the companies before the filing or before we even knew about the stipulation that was released to the press. After it was released, yes, now we know what's in it and what is involved in it, and had even further discussions with the company.
And yeah, when you were just asked by another commissioner, what would you change about the stipulation? You didn't have a response. I'm confused, quite honestly. What is it that you want?
Well, based on the testimonies that we provided, I think the underlying assumptions and the cost of service study that was used to develop the stipulation is faulty. And we think it should be corrected.
Have you offered any kind of language or drafted any kind of amendments to the stipulation that would correct the so-called faults that you find with it?
I'm sorry, repeat it. Have we filed anything specific?
No, if you reached out to the other parties and said, hey, can we make an adjustment here or there? How about this language? Would you consider this? You haven't done any of that, have you?
Commissioner, if I could interject, I hate to interrupt the commissioner's questions, but this seems to be going to negotiations and negotiating a settlement, and that's something that I don't believe is properly put in the record before this commission.
I think the details of the settlement shouldn't be put on the record. That's pretty basic, but I think what Commissioner Irvin is trying to get to is were there or were there not negotiations?
That's right. And the fact is, Mr. Lawyer, you didn't want to compromise. Your agency decided we're going to take a hard line and we're not going to compromise, period. We're gonna dig in and we're gonna just, if we have to go down with the ship, we'll go down with the ship, but we're not gonna compromise under any circumstances. That's what we're looking at, right?
No, I don't agree with that, Commissioner.
Well, again, what effort did you make in this process from the time the stipulation of facts were filed in September to the time that you formally responded with Mr. Ori's testimony on February the 8th? Give us some idea of what efforts you and ORS were making to reach a resolution.
Okay, well, as my attorney said, I can't tell you any specifics of any issues, but I can tell you we did have discussions with the company back in December. We've as recently had conversations with the company in the last couple weeks. There have been talks.
So you're changing your story now. There have been negotiations. You told us initially there were no negotiations. Which is it?
Prior to the stipulation, we were not parties to negotiation. That was what I said then, and that's what I'm saying now. Since then, we have had further discussions with the company. And like I just said, as far back as a couple weeks ago, up until very recently.
Well, it's still a mystery to me why you would go through a stakeholder process for months and wait to the very end to object. It's just odd to me. I really wonder how you arrived at, you're a very seasoned negotiator. You've been through these stakeholder processes on numerous occasions. You know how they work. And you have an excellent legal team supporting your work. And they knew how it worked. What am I missing here?
I'm not sure, Commissioner. We have had talks. We participated in the stakeholder meetings. We did have talks with the companies. They negotiated and made a stipulation without ORS. And then after the fact, testimony filed. Now we have recently had more discussions with the company.
Is it fair to say you're in impasse now? You pretty much decided you've had additional negotiations after the filing, but you're at an impasse at this point. You just want the commission to decide, right?
I wouldn't make that conclusion. There's always a possibility. I am not always privy to the exact discussions that go on in negotiations. Those are a little above my pay grade, but I would never take that possibility off the table. And Commissioner Irvin, with all due respect, I understand you're in favor of the stipulation. I understand the task before you. It is a hard decision. ORS's position is to give you a fundamental baseline again on the cost shift, what it would be if it was zero. It is your determination from there what to do with the other aspects of Act 62. but I don't ever discount the possibility of a settlement or something else being negotiated. That's never off the table.
I understand, and I appreciate your explanation. And I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any more questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman, this is Ashley Cooper on behalf of the applicant. I don't mean to cut off another commissioner, but I would like to be heard before you move off of this witness. Please, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have questions or? Well, I haven't even asked for redirect yet. What do you need?
That's right. I want to preserve the right to ask very, very limited recross of this witness.
Well, I don't know. Is there any redirect?
I have no redirect and therefore would object, Mr. Chairman, to any recross without any redirect.
I agree, Attorney Nelson. All right. Anything else for this witness? All right, Mr. Lawyer, you can step down from the stand. We're in recess until 1:15.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's hearing in docket numbers 2020-264-E and 2020-265-E. Before we took a lunch recess, we were on, we finished with witness lawyer. And it seems ORS has another witness. ORS, are you ready to proceed with your next witness?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's take roll. Here in the hearing room, we have Commissioner Powers, Commissioner Caston, Vice Chair Belzer, and Commissioner Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Thomas, Williams, and Irvin. Attorney Nelson, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ORS calls this next witness Mr. Brian Horry.
Mr. Horry, please take the witness stand and pause to be sworn in by our court reporter.
Mr. Horry, if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Would you please state your name and occupation for the commission?
My name is Brian Horry, and I'm a senior partner with Energy and Environmental Economics, also known as E3.
And are you the same Brian Horry who pre-filed 44 pages of direct testimony with this commission in dockets 2020-264E and 2020-265E on February the 8th, 2021, and revised direct testimony of 43 pages on March the 12th of this year?
Yes.
And did you in fact file both a redacted version of your revised direct testimony as well as an unredacted confidential version under seal?
Yes.
Do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to either version of your pre-filed revised direct testimony?
Yes, I do. There's a clerical error when referencing the incentives offered under the winter BYOT program and the MOU. Units of KWDC should be replaced by Watt DC. This occurs in 5 places in my confidential and redacted versions.
Attorney Horry. I'm sorry. Attorney Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Could you advise the witness to cite the pages he's referencing with the corrections?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roy, please, as you go through these, cite each instance of where you have a change.
Certainly. So starting on page 23, line 2, we should change KWDC to Watt DC. On the same page, line 9, change KWDC to Watt DC.
Mr. Chairman,
Vice Chair Belzer.
I'm sorry. Did the witness say page 23?
Yes.
Are you in your revised or in your direct?
I'm in my direct.
Okay, okay. There's a pagination difference in your direct and revised.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
We don't have your revised.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, 1 second. So we don't have just your direct. We have your revised direct. That's my understanding. Right? Okay. Yes, Vice Chair Belzer.
That's what I was asking. Are they putting in the direct and the revised direct, or just the revised direct?
We were just going to be putting in the revised direct, Commissioner Belzer.
So I'm sorry, that's an error on my part. I was working off of my direct.
Well, I just noticed when I was going through the revised direct that the pagination the pages are different. There are 44 pages in your direct and only 43 in the revised direct. So, and I noticed that there was that difference.
Okay, unfortunately, let's see if I have my have my
In your revised,
direct immediately in front of me.
your revised direct would be page 22 of 43. But the lines seem to be the same.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Then it would be page 22, lines 2 and line 9.
Well, maybe not. Line 1. What's the change? State this.
And again, the change is to change the units of kW DC to watt DC.
Okay, that's line 1.
Okay. And then let's see. Perhaps line 8 on the same page requires the same change, kW DC to watt DC.
Got that, Joe? Okay.
And then on the line after that, it should be the same change, kW DC to watt DC.
Are those the only changes that you have, Mr. Horry, or are there other instances for that?
There are 2 more changes. So on page, what I have is 25 in the direct, so it's likely page 24 in the revised. I have here lines 16 and 18.
I think that will be line 15 and 17.
Okay. And the same change, changing kWDC to watt DC.
Thank you, Mr. Horry. Are those the only changes that you have to your pre-filed revised direct testimony?
Yes, they are. And again, I apologize for the confusion on the versions.
Thank you. And so if I asked you the same questions today as those that are posed in your pre-filed revised direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ORS asked the pre-filed redacted revised direct testimony of Mr. Horry read into the record is given orally from the stand, and that the redacted confidential version of the testimony be entered into the record under seal.
Mr. Horry's pre-filed, revised, directed, unredacted testimony will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit number. Mr. Horry's revised, unredacted testimony be read into the record as if given orally from the stand, and Mr. Horry's redacted testimony will be read into the record, will be filed under seal, and it'll be hearing exhibit number 10.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I might have said redacted, but the unredacted confidential version is that which would be placed under seal, correct?
The unredacted confidential portion will be placed under seal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Mr. Horry, did you file as an attachment to your direct testimony 2 exhibits marked as BKH1, consisting of 7 pages, and BKH2, which was 127 pages?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes, edits, or corrections to those exhibits to your pre-filed revised direct testimony?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ORS would ask that exhibits BKH1 and BKH2, which were attached to Mr. Horry's pre-filed direct testimony, be marked for identification, entering the record as the next composite hearings.
Mr. Horry's exhibits will be will be marked and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 11. Attorney Nelson, I don't know if it's just me, but you sound a bit muffled.
I'll try and speak up. I was on a microphone earlier, and now I'm just on the camera here, so it might be a little more. I might just need to speak up more.
What I'm hearing from my producers is that it might be better for you to put that headset back on.
Okay. Can you do that? Do I need to plug it in? This might take a moment, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, thank you. Mr. Horry, back to you. Could you please give a brief description of your educational background and professional experience?
I have over 30 years of experience in the energy industry. My areas of expertise include avoided costs, utility rate making, cost effectiveness evaluations, transmission and distribution planning, and distributed energy resources. Prior to joining E3, I was an expert witness for Pacific Gas and Electric Company on electricity rate making and cost allocation. I previously testified before this commission on behalf of ORS on issues related to avoided costs and compensation for DEC, DEP, and DESC.
Thank you, Mr. Horry. Can you please tell us why you were retained by the Office of Regulatory Staff in this proceeding?
ORS retained E3 to conduct analysis, review, and develop recommendations with a focus on eliminating the cost shift burden of the solar choice tariffs proposed by Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas.
Mr. Horry, can you please explain for the commission how you were involved in the Duke stakeholder process on behalf of ORS?
Yes, I was involved in the stakeholder meetings or calls that had high-level presentations, basically background material or information on activities in other jurisdictions. I was not involved in any settlement discussions, nor did I see any draft proposed rates until after Duke and the solar parties had reached their agreement.
Okay. And Mr. Horry, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed revised direct testimony?
Yes, I have.
Will you please present it for the commission?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Williams and commissioners. My direct testimony addresses four major areas of the Duke stipulation. First, I believe that it is important for the commission to be provided with an accurate forecast of the cost shift that new solar customer generators would impose on non-solar customers in order for the commission to weigh the trade-offs between protecting South Carolina ratepayers and supporting the solar industry in South Carolina. While Duke claims the proposed permanent tariffs would more than remove the cost shift for DEP, I find that the cost shift from new solar customer generators would be $449 per year per installation. For DEC, Duke claims a cost shift of only $64 per year, while I find the cost shift would be $621 per year for each solar installation. The large differences in cost shift values are driven by how Duke and ORS estimate the generation capacity cost reductions for solar customer generators. Duke assumes that generation capacity costs are reduced in proportion to how solar customer generators would reduce customer demand at the time of the summer system coincident peak, referred to as the summer 1CP method. The ORS analysis, on the other hand, reduces generation costs in proportion to how customer generators reduce customer demands during the time of the winter peaks, as determined by the company's resource adequacy studies, referred to as the LOLE method. I recommend the use of the LOLE method or winter 1CP method to reflect that both DEC and DEP system capacity needs are and will be driven by winter peak demands. I believe that only with recognition of the winter peaking nature of the DEC and DEP systems will the Commission have an accurate picture of the cost shift implications of the solar choice tariffs. Second, my testimony points out that the TOU and CPP prices of the proposed permanent tariffs can provide additional cost shift reductions through the encouraging of customers to reduce usage during the high cost periods or events. These cost savings, however, will likely be offset by the $3,000 solar incentive and winter BYOT incentives that Duke intends to offer to Schedule RE customer generators as part of the Memorandum of Understanding between Duke and the solar parties. Third, while I do not take a position on payback period lengths, I do note that the payback lengths provided by Duke may be overly long because of their assumption of a 30% developer fee/margin in their analyses. Finally, I recommend 3 modifications to the proposed interim tariffs and the non-residential riders to further reduce the cost shift burden. First, customers on interim riders should be migrated onto monthly TOU netting once the permanent tariffs become effective. Because the permanent tariffs require the use of monthly TOU netting, the ability to bill customers in that manner should be in place at that time. This would remove more than $10 per month in cost shift burden imposed by each interim rider customer. Second, the interim rider should also include an incremental $10 per month basic facility charge rather than the Duke proposed $10 minimum bill. This would also help reduce the cost shift burden imposed by the interim tariffs. And third, monthly TOU netting should also be applied to the non-residential rider on January 1, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Hoy. Does that conclude the summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, it does.
A few other short questions, please. Sir, can you respond to Mr. Huber's testimony on Wednesday regarding the value of the components in the avoided cost order?
Yes. In response to questions from ORS Attorney Bateman, witness Huber stated that the Commission had approved the use of non-zero transmission and distribution avoided capacity costs. I want to clarify that this is true for energy efficiency, but not for valuing NEM distributed energy resources. A review of orders 2020-634 and 2020-399 show that the 2020 adopted T&D capacity values for solar NEM valuation are 0 for both DEC and DEP.
And Mr. Huber also had referenced the reduction in the cost shift of the proposed permanent tariffs from a marginal cost perspective. Do you have any concerns with Duke's marginal cost-based cost shift analysis?
Yes. I did not address the marginal cost analysis in my testimonies because it appeared that Duke was using the embedded cost shift analysis as their primary justification, and because their generic docket order was not and still is not yet out. However, since it has been raised in response to Commissioner questions, I would like to point out that the marginal cost benefits attributed to solar may be too high and therefore the Duke estimated cost shift too low. I do not object to the inclusion of T&D capacity benefits, but note that their use has not yet been adopted by the Commission for evaluating solar NEM resources in the fuel cost proceedings. I also note that Duke has estimated T&D capacity benefits of solar based on solar output from 4 to 5 p.m. in July. Based on my experience with T&D systems and customer loads, I would expect the actual peaks on residential distribution equipment to occur in the mornings or evenings when most residential customers are at home. Similarly, depending on the mix of customers on transmission equipment, transmission peaks could differ from the July 4 to 5 p.m. timing assumed by Duke. If solar benefits were evaluated using the timing of actual peaks on the T&D systems, the T&D benefits could decline substantially. Indeed, if the distribution systems serving residential customers peak in the winter morning, then the distribution capacity benefit would drop to near 0, since there is little or no solar generation output at that time. Lastly, to provide a sense of the importance of getting the T&D benefits correct, Harris Direct Exhibit 2 shows that T&D makes up about a quarter of total solar benefits estimated by Duke for DEP, and about half of the total solar benefits for DEC.
Thank you, Mr. Hoy. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hoy is available for questions from opposing counsel or the commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do have a few questions for Mr. Hoy. Mr. Hoy, I want to start with just a couple of basic questions. Your testimony and recommendations explicitly do not consider several factors that the Commission is directed to consider under Act 62. Isn't that correct?
Yes, my testimony focuses on the cost shift.
To the extent that ORS or you disagreed with how the stipulation sought to balance cost shift and those other factors in this proceeding, ORS could have presented testimony here that presented an alternative proposal that included those considerations. Could it not?
That's correct.
So given that, if you were engaged by the commission here and not ORS, would you still advise that this commission adopt your zero cost shift tariffs?
Object to that question is calling for speculation on the part of the witness, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking ORS's witness whether he stands.
I said
behind
overrule. Proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ori, I'll repeat the question. Again, if you were retained by the commission, not ORS in this proceeding, would you advise that they adopt your zero cost shift tariffs?
Well, I would advise the commission that, the tariffs that I present, the zero cost shift tariffs, that represents the level of tariff that you would need to remove the cost shift based on my estimates. I think it's the decision of the commission then to, sort of weigh to the extent they believe they need to move to a zero cost shift rate or can move to a zero cost shift rate versus a rate that's more lucrative to solar customer generators in order to meet some of the other sort of goals of Act 62.
I see. So, to be clear, you do agree that whether the proposed, or I guess that all of the other parties in this proceeding believe that this stipulation does eliminate cost shift to non-solar customers. Is that correct?
Let's see, I would say that, the other parties, their positions have been that there is no cost shift, and obviously my testimony rebuts that.
Okay, well, I'll ask you a few questions about maybe what the differences between your calculation and the other parties are in just a moment. I do want to first address this question of payback period. Mr. Horry, you were not retained by ORS to evaluate payback, and you take no position on the payback period necessary to avoid disruption of the solar industry. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. And I'll note that, the presentation of payback or the discussion of payback in this proceeding, is very different from what we saw in the Dominion proceeding. The Dominion proceeding, there was, a specific witness and a report prepared. In this case for Duke, the stipulation, I'm not sure if it even makes reference to payback. I think payback occurs in one of the presentations from one of the stakeholder meetings or one of the other sort of presentations, but it wasn't really sort of a focus of what, Duke presented in this docket, which also makes it difficult, I think, to judge the question of whether the cost shift has been reduced to the greatest extent practicable. Certainly it's the stipulation represents an agreement between the parties and Duke, but there's not a lot in the record about, whether that really is the greatest extent.
Okay, but you did testify about the company's calculation of payback periods, and I'm looking specifically at page 28, lines 6 to 7 of your direct testimony, where you note that the company's use of a fluctuating adder raises the question of what level of developer profits would be reasonable. Do you recall including that in your testimony?
Yeah, so to clarify, I'm not testifying on what a payback year should be, whether it should be 10 years, whether it should be 15 years, whether it should be 8 years. But I do think it's important that the commission realize that the payback numbers that have been presented, do reflect this 30% developer margin, and that Duke in some of their own studies actually does, compress that margin in some of their forecast analyses.
But given that ORS didn't engage you to evaluate the payback period and you take no position on it, isn't it true that you have not performed any studies related to payback periods of rooftop solar in South Carolina?
That's true. I haven't conducted any studies. Again, I'm just pointing out this piece of information to the commission.
Are you aware that the stipulations presented in this proceeding represent an agreement among the Duke companies, solar industry advocates, as well as numerous companies in South Carolina that actually install rooftop solar systems?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the case. But again, it's one of these questions of how are those numbers really developed? Do they represent what the current market prices are? In which case there may be margin in there that could be compressed if the tariff benefits, the tariff bill savings that customers were receiving would be reduced. To a large extent, the price of solar systems, I believe, are tied to the retail rate bill savings that customers can get. And so, to the extent our retail rates are driving these costs that we're then using for these cost studies, it sort of just raises the question of, is that really the cost that the solar industry would be able to put forth in the future if those margins were, or if the retail credits were to come down?
But Mr. Horry, wouldn't you agree that the parties that install solar systems and are familiar with the expectations in South Carolina have more experience than you when it comes to determining what level of payback period would avoid disrupting their industry in South Carolina?
Certainly they would have more information. I'm just not sure, given the material that's in the stipulation, how much they were pressed on that. How much of that question is really, pushed by Duke or perhaps other stakeholders.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Horry. So as I think alluded to earlier, there are major differences in your calculation of cost shift and those presented by Duke. And so I want to kind of get into some of the reasons why that might be and ask you a couple questions about your recommendation that Duke switch to a winter CP allocator. On page 37, lines 8 to 10 of your direct testimony, you allege that the rate design employed by the Duke companies started with incorrect and false information. Is that correct?
Well, I say that Duke does not start with the correct cost information for DEP. Is that the line you're referring to?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's what that says.
Okay. And that's because, I guess, as you state on page 7 and line 20 of your direct testimony, you allege that there's no valid reason for Duke to continue to use the summer CP. Is that correct?
That's my opinion, yes.
And are you aware that the summer CP cost allocation method is the basis for all of the Duke companies' retail rates in both North and South Carolina?
Yes, and I think it's important to keep in mind that in those embedded cost cases, in those rate cases, that generation allocator probably hasn't really been an issue. Typically in these rate cases, the revenue requirement is the primary issue, and there's little appetite to really change things up in terms of class allocations. So I think that's why you tend to have these allocators last for, decades for utilities, because to make any change actually just creates more, sort of problems with customers often. So unless there is a sort of a compelling reason for the utility to make a change, usually I find they're reluctant to change allocation factors. That doesn't mean that that's the right allocation factor that should be used in looking at the solar choice tariff. In fact, for solar customers, it's such a dramatic difference in how much cost savings you say that solar customer generators would provide if you use the summer method versus a winter method. I think in this case, it really is important to re-examine that allocator and not just go with the adopted value just because it's the adopted value. It may have been adopted for totally different reasons and not even considered, the case of the solar generators that we're focused on in this docket.
Okay, Mr. Horry, are you aware that ORS in the most recent rate case concluded that Duke's use of the summer CP method was a reasonable, quote, assessment and allocation of the company's revenues, operating expenses, and rate base items?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm also aware that that was sort of made in the context of just that particular case. And there wasn't a thought of what the impacts would be for solar choice tariffs, nor was there focus on what is the cost to serve solar customer generators. So again, it's one of these cases where, given what the rate case is looking at, is it worth sort of opposing that allocator for the rate case? And the decision for ORS was no. But again, the focus was probably more on the overall revenue requirement level and just trying to get, basic base rate changes in place and not try to attack this more or address this more difficult problem of what's the proper rate level for solar customer generators.
So, Mr. Horry, if I'm understanding you correctly, are you saying that, is it your testimony that this winter CP issue is only of concern as it relates to these, the approval of these solar choice tariffs?
No, I'm glad you asked that so I can clarify. I think it's of primary concern for the solar choice tariffs, and I think it is definitely worth investigating in the larger rate case. But I recognize there are many other sort of concerns that the commission and the company may have when looking at the general rate case. It's sort of like a tail wagging the dog problem. We want to get the rates right for the few thousand, future customer generators. But do we necessarily want that to have to drive wholesale changes to hundreds of thousands of other customers? There may be reasons, maybe it's rate gradualism. That's a concern that we've heard often in this docket. So maybe for gradualism reasons, maybe you don't make that change, or maybe you move slowly toward that change in the rate case itself. But here again, we're focused on what should the rate be for solar generators. So I think it makes perfect sense to get the allocator right for this application. And indeed, the legislation said that this should be done, for analytical purposes only. So they then anticipate the work that's happening in this case to have any effect on the larger rate cases and the other hundreds of thousands of customers.
Okay. But Mr. Horry, you just stated that you just felt that this issue of whether the company uses summer versus winter CP allocator just wasn't a major concern in the rate case. But is it your testimony that ORS can only address one issue at a time in its testimony?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you ask it again?
Sure, I'll put it another way. If this summer versus winter CP issue was as serious of a concern as you state that it is here, ORS could have testified about those concerns, could it not, in the rate case?
They could have. And again, let me point out, when you're looking at solar customer generators, summer CP versus winter CP or LOLE makes a vast difference. If we're looking at the total residential class, I would expect the residential peak in the summer to be pretty close to the winter residential peak. So at the total class level, where you're talking about regular customers or the entire customer group, it's not going to have the same kind of differences and impact that we're seeing here. So it's not as much of an issue in the general rate case or in the rate case as it is here in this proceeding.
Very well, but ORS's testimony in the rate case, it did not state that it wasn't as much of a concern. ORS submitted testimony that made an affirmative finding that Duke's methodology was reasonable. Isn't that correct?
Well, but again, it was reasonable for that application in the rate case where you're allocating costs between rate classes, entire rate classes, not looking at solar customer generators as a subclass.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Horry. So you stated a moment ago as well that that the allocation methodology is often not an area of high concern in these rate cases. Did you review the rebuttal testimony of Say CCL Upstate Forever witness Ed Finley as proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where witness Finley testified that, and I quote, countless hours of hearing time have been consumed debating the cost of service allocation methods in North and South Carolina?
I don't recall the exact line, but I have no reason to doubt he said that.
I'll quickly just say where that is. It's on page 14, lines 24 through page 15, line 2 of that testimony. And so I guess, is it your understanding of witness Finley's testimony that an issue that has occupied countless hours of hearing time is the same thing as an issue that is not of high concern?
Well, I think you have to look at the particular case. My statement of high concern is in general. We look over sort of just the typical way embedded cost studies are done. Generally, they're more pro forma type studies. Also, I'm not sure to what extent witness Finley's countless hours is referring to, this issue of summer versus winter, or is referring to other types of allocators, maybe for distribution, maybe it's minimum system design criteria, maybe it's, functionalization allocators, maybe it's classification allocators. So, without sort of seeing sort of the full context of what he's referring to, I certainly wouldn't change my statement.
Do you have witness Finley's testimony in front of you?
I don't at the moment.
I'll try to share my screen. I want to show you. Are you able to see page 15 of witness Finley's testimony?
I see page. Okay. Yep. I do.
Do you also see where
Attorney Mixon, would you mind blowing that up for us? Or zooming in?
I can do that. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also see where witness Finley testified that with so much subjectivity involved, and I'm starting on line 2 there, in so many options to choose from, in most instances, those advocating for the various different methods understandably are motivated to promote a method that provides the result that most meets their self-served interests. Do you see that for the testimony?
Let's see. I see that, and since we're on this page, I also note lines 10 through 13, where in talking about allocation methods, witness Finley says this is one decision where the utility, though motivated to select the best method, is often less concerned in selecting the appropriate cost of service study than in selecting the appropriate revenue requirement to be allocated. And I think that is sort of support for my earlier statement that it's typically not, a high profile issue of concern in rate cases.
Well, but Mr. Horry, surely your stated preference that Duke should use a winter CP method here is not just because that's among the most likely to show a low value for solar resources, right?
Yeah, that's not. I've been involved in many proceedings before the commission, and I've seen basically, especially with Dominion go from a utility that was concerned about summer peaks to one that's concerned about winter peaks, and I've seen the same transition for Duke. So because of that, it's clear to me that when looking at cost of service studies, one needs to reflect that reality, that South Carolina, it's no longer a summer peaking problem. The utilities are looking at winter peaking problems for generation, and that should be reflected in these cost of service studies.
Okay. Mr. Horry, you testified a moment ago, at the end of your summary, that the use of avoided T&D costs, or non-zero avoided T&D transmission distribution costs had not yet been approved by the commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Um,
Well, let me clarify. It hasn't been approved by the commission for NEM valuation. I believe it has been approved for energy efficiency evaluation.
But the commission also has not approved Duke using a winter peak allocator in its cost of service either, has it?
That's correct. It hasn't.
Okay. And are you of any jurisdiction in the nation that has adopted a new embedded cost allocator outside of a base rate case to evaluate cost shift in the net metering context?
I'm not aware of that, but I also point out that this is, a fairly kind of unique situation where the cost shift is receiving this kind of focus from both a marginal cost and an embedded cost study, and is being directed by sort of legislation like Act 62. So it's not surprising that, what is happening here in South Carolina may be, a bit further along the road and be maybe a bit more progressive than what's happened in other jurisdictions.
Are you aware of any jurisdiction in the nation that has simply adopted a new embedded cost allocator outside of a base rate case at all?
Well, I think we need to be clear that we're not looking at adopting, we're not looking at adopting an allocator to affect base rates at all. What we're looking to do is to find the allocator that appropriately reflects the cost impacts or the cost savings associated with solar customer generators.
So your testimony is that it is appropriate to allocate costs to solar customers on an entirely different basis than any other residential customers. Is that correct?
I'm saying it's appropriate when trying to estimate the cost savings or cost reduction that should be attributed to solar customer generators, that you should use the best allocator that you have available. And you shouldn't be limited to using existing allocators just because, they are being used in the rate case. I think you need to look at what's the situation in South Carolina, what's really driving the need for generation capacity, and use an allocator that reflects that need so you can properly estimate what's the real cost impact on generation capacity costs of solar generation. One way to think of it is if you design rates, assuming you get large cost savings for solar generators because of the summer 1CP, in a way you're incenting customers to purchase a summer peaking asset. And is that really the right thing to do in South Carolina? South Carolina doesn't need summer peaking assets anymore. They need winter peaking assets. So why would you want to provide a rate structure and these incentives that are basically sort of enabled by this rate structure or these rates that are giving the wrong signal to customers?
Mr. Horry, are you aware that, as stated in, again, witness Finley's rebuttal testimony, that the argument to use winter versus summer peak for Duke utilities has been advanced but not accepted in Duke's rate cases for years?
I saw that, yes.
Okay. Now, there's also been some discussion about ORS's participation in the stakeholder process and in the stipulation itself. Mr. Horry, ORS was present at all of the stakeholder meetings held by Duke. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, but I think it's important to sort of differentiate between the stakeholder meetings and the settlement or stipulation discussions. The stakeholder meetings really were high level type presentations, sort of general education. This is how utilities do rate making. This is how cost of service studies are done. This is how utilities do their planning. These are sort of NEM or solar rate making activities in other jurisdictions. They really weren't talking about, okay, what are the specific rates that we think are applicable or we think should be, proposed. Those discussions really happened in these, what I would call the settlement or the stipulation meetings, to which to my knowledge, ORS was, certainly not a participant and possibly not invited.
Mr. Horry, either you or other E3 employees, though, were also present at all of the stakeholder meetings. Isn't that correct?
Yes, we attended stakeholder meetings, but again, they were high level. They didn't get into the detail, and it's really at the detail level, where you need to be able to dive in to see if there are problems. For example, this embedded cost study is a perfect example. Duke says, okay, we're going to do an embedded cost study. On the surface, that sounds fine. That's what the legislature directs. That's what we would recommend. It wasn't until later when we actually saw the results and got the embedded cost study that we saw, they're still using the summer 1CP method. And we told them we had an issue with this. We told them we had a concern about this. So, it's not until you actually see the application and see the numbers that you can really sort of dig into any of these problems.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horry, but isn't it true that ORS never asked during the stakeholder process for Duke to evaluate cost shift under an alternative cost of service methodology?
We had, I recall, a phone conversation with Duke where I did raise that concern. It wasn't a general stakeholder meeting. It was a smaller group.
I see. And I'll end my questions there. Thank you, Mr. Horry. Mr. Chairman, that's all that I have.
All right, North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, Solar Energy Association, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NCSEA has just a couple of questions for Mr. Horry. Mr. Horry, in your examination of cost shifts, did you estimate the benefit of participating customers shifting their energy consumption based on the pricing signals and the time of use or critical peak pricing rates?
Yes, I did.
And how did you estimate this benefit?
I estimated those using a standard price elasticity of minus 10% and looked at the price change. Is it possible that my apologies. I did not mean to interrupt you. Please continue. That's fine. I would have gone into more technical detail than anyone cares about, so I think we can go ahead and move on.
All right. I'm sorry about that. Is it possible that you underestimated the benefits of participating customers adjusting their behavior?
Well, I guess I'd ask whether your concern is underestimation. Well, I guess let me back it up. So one thing is, price elasticity or price response. There's a wide range of results that you'll see in the literature. So I use the 10% number because that's kind of a standard value that we see in the literature. But a lot of price response really is very particular to the specific situation of the customers that were being studied. For example, did they have some enabling device like the bring your own thermostat? That would tend to increase response. Did the utility strongly educate customers? That tends to increase response. What's the relationship of the customer with the utility? Sometimes that can affect the response. Some of it also is how large of a sort of economic concern is the utility bill to a customer. If it's a big concern, they're likely to respond more. If it's only a small part of the budget, it's probably not as strong as a response. And there are just many factors like that. So I think 10% is a good, reasonable number, but you will see a wide range in the literature.
Gotcha, that makes sense. And I heard you mention that Bring Your Own Thermostat program has typically increased response. If you significantly underestimated the benefits of this shift, wouldn't there be a cost shift, but with participating customers subsidizing non-participating customers?
Let's see. I'll have to think about that a little bit, because when customers respond, they are getting the benefit of the bill reduction. So, what you need to do is look at the difference between the benefits that the customers are seeing versus the grid savings. So, maybe think if we're estimating a lower response, and I think they would still probably be seeing bill reductions that are larger than the actual cost savings for the utility. So yeah, I don't think you would have a cost shift concern there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Horry. I have no further questions.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have no questions for this witness.
Vote Solar.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. No questions here.
Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Should be brief, Mr. Chairman, if you will allow it.
Please proceed.
Thank you. We have not spoken, and I want to make sure that I pronounce your name correctly. I've heard it a few different ways. Is it Ori?
It's actually Horry, but when I was in South Carolina, Ori's fine.
Well, I'm going to call you Mr. Horry. So thank you for that clarification, and I'll move quickly to my questioning. I want to talk to you about your comments in your pre-filed testimony relative to non-residential solar. And I'd like to confirm that your exclusive concern with respect to the non-residential rider is that it does not include monthly time of use netting until January 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Not sure on the dates. I mean, my concern is that the rider didn't impose monthly TOU netting, and my testimony was that once you can do monthly TOU netting as part of the permanent tariffs, you should go ahead and apply that same monthly netting to the non-residential rider customers as well.
But you agree that there is no other concern that you or ORS has presented in this proceeding other than the one that you just testified to with respect to the non-residential solar choice tariff?
That's correct.
And neither you nor ORS is advocating for a basic facility charge in the non-residential solar choice tariff, correct?
No, we're not.
And similar question, neither you nor ORS is advocating for a minimum bill in the non-residential solar choice tariff, correct?
That's correct.
That concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Horry. I appreciate it.
Applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Ori.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ashley Cooper, and I'm a counsel for the Duke companies. And I have just a couple of questions for you. Apologize, I have a lot of pages here. Mr. Horry, so I want to go back to some questions on the MOU and some of the negotiations. I just want you to be prepared so you understand where I'm going with these questions. And I just have a couple. Are you the MOU was filed publicly in this docket? Are you aware of that?
My understanding is the MOU was filed by SIA, but wasn't part of Duke's application.
And subject to check, the document was executed on September 16th.
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. And subject to check, the counsel for the companies wrote in later September that the companies and other parties to the agreement plan to continue working through issues with other stakeholders in advance of the company's November 2nd, 2020 filings to this commission. Are you aware of that?
That I don't remember that specific passage, but I'll accept it subject to check.
Thank you very much. And you understand that the companies did do additional outreach to continue to work with other parties. Is that correct?
Well, I know that there were discussions between Duke and ORS. I think 6 days prior to that September 16th date that you referred to, and I believe there were discussions after that as well.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, you said that September 16th date, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're aware, I believe the actual date was that there were discussions. It was a September 10th meeting where topics were discussed. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I know there was a meeting before the stipulation or the MOU, which I believe was the 9/16 date I was referring to, but 9/10, I do recall that as having a call with Duke on that date.
Okay. And you recall that call was to discuss the memorandum of understanding that was yet to be decided, correct?
I don't actually recall any discussions about the MOU. I think there was a presentation on the settlement rates, or at least draft rates that had been sort of agreed to by the parties, but I don't remember anything about the terms of the MOU or the MOU itself.
Okay, but we could agree, Mr. Horry, correct, that, how about this, just this, that the companies did approach ORS, and ORS listened to what the company had to say about their efforts to reach a settlement on terms that were in this MOU. Can we agree with that?
Well, we say on terms, I mean, and certainly reach agreement on the numbers. Terms, I'm just a little worried it may be more sort of legalese, discussion of terms and conditions.
Let me rephrase the question, and I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to rephrase the question because this is not a gotcha question. I'm just simply stating that there was a meeting on September 10th where the companies reached out to ORS and ORS agreed to listen.
Yes, that's correct. And I know at that time I expressed some concerns, certainly about the summer 1CP. I'm not sure if it was that meeting or other meetings where I expressed concerns about having more information about the bill savings reductions that solar customer generators would have. Potentially some concerns about payback analysis and just seeing more information on that. Might have been that meeting, might have been other meeting. I can't really recall exactly.
And so Ms. Witness Horry, you're right. There were multiple meetings, and the two parties just didn't reach an agreement. Isn't that correct?
Well, I think there are two aspects to it. One was, we weren't involved in any of the discussions, sort of any of the settlement or stipulation discussions leading up to, the draft rates that were presented on September 10th. And certainly after that, there have been discussions, but there has been no agreement between RS and Duke.
Thank you, Witness Horry. I'm just trying to make the simple point that prior to execution of an MOU, that there were efforts by the ORS, there were efforts by the company. That's all. There's no legalese. And let me ask you one more question. I know you stated that you were involved with some of these meetings. And isn't it possible that Mr. Lawyer, that he may not have been involved with every one of these conversations, correct?
Anything's possible. I don't really have, a list of all the meetings that were held and, which meetings Witness Lawyer attended or which meetings may have occurred without either myself or Witness Lawyer.
Well, is it at least reasonable to say that Mr. Lawyer may not have been aware of certain meetings or calls or conversations?
I'm not really sure how to answer that. You're certainly aware of all the meetings and conversations that I was involved in. So if there's something that I wasn't involved in, I don't know. You would have also, I just, it's just, I don't know how to answer. It's just,
Well,
how do I know what I don't know?
Okay, yes, that's a fair point. It is something that we can all reasonably, it's a reasonable observation. But let me get to this other point. Maybe this is the bigger point I'm trying to make. The fact that there's no agreement between the parties of ORS today, can we simply mean that it's just that we all couldn't come to an agreement in this instance? Despite efforts to have conversations and to meet and negotiate, the parties just couldn't reach an agreement in this instance.
Witness lawyer will be up again as part of Sir Rebuttal, and I think questions like that are probably better addressed to him. I'm sort of the expert witness, so I tend to be sort of a step back from negotiation discussions. So I think we'd look to how a witness lawyer would characterize that on behalf of ORS than than me providing an opinion on that.
Well, you were okay. Well, then that's fair enough, Mr. Witness Ori. But so just to clarify, then, because we've had a few questions here, you were involved, and you do recall a conversation in September.
Yes, I did.
And I believe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Please.
No, go ahead.
And I believe it's your testimony that that was not the only such discussion that occurred.
That's correct.
And there was even likely a discussion in December. Is that correct?
I believe there was, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Witness Ori. I now want to switch gears with you. And you recall that you were just asked a couple of questions about where you talked about the winter CP allocator and the summer CP allocator. And you stated just a few minutes ago that you advocated the commission adopt the, quote, best allocator. Is that correct?
Well, adopt for the determination of the cost shift in this docket. I don't want to sort of prejudice or, say what the commission should adopt in the rate case.
Sure. So for purposes of this docket, you advocate the commission adopt, quote, the best allocator, and that's what you just testified to, correct?
Yeah, certainly that would be ideal. Now, admittedly, I wasn't able to do a full kind of analysis of all the different types of allocators. I mentioned LLE as one in my testimony. I mentioned one CP. You could also do sort of weighted average mixes of like summer and winter CPs. You could also look at different numbers of hours included in that determination. So maybe it's best to characterize it as adopt an allocator that properly reflects the winter conditions or the peak conditions we're looking at now, but perhaps saying best may be too sort of stringent a requirement, because that could take a fair amount of work to come up with what's that single best allocator.
Okay, fair enough. But it was your testimony that this best allocator would not be one that was used for existing rates, correct?
Yes, it does not need to be the one that's been used in the past for existing rates, nor necessarily have to be used immediately in the future for rate cases.
Okay. But earlier you stated that you were not aware of a single jurisdiction in the nation that has adopted a new embedded cost allocator outside of a base rate case to evaluate cost shift in the NEM context. Isn't that true?
That's true, but I haven't done an exhaustive survey of what other jurisdictions are doing. So certainly, off the top of my head, I can't think of a case like that.
Thank you, Mr. Ori. So you're not aware of another jurisdiction that has used this, quote, best allocator, end quote, approach?
I'm not, but then I'm not sure how many jurisdictions are in the situation of South Carolina, where you've recently moved from essentially being a summer peaking utility to a winter peaking utility.
Okay, thank you, Witness Ori. And Witness Ori, I know you were asked a question about if you were to advise the commission, And I want to ask you a similar question, but slightly different. Witness Ori, if you were to advise the commission on adopting a solar choice tariff that complies with or falls in line with the intent of the General Assembly to, one, build upon the successful deployment of solar generating capacity through Act 236 of 2014 to continue enabling market-driven private investment in distributed energy resources across the state by reducing regulatory and administrative burdens to customer installations and utilization of on-site distributed energy resources. Two, avoid disruption to the growing market for customer scale distributed energy resources. And three, require the commission to establish solar metering requirements that fairly allocate cost and benefits to allocate any cost shift or subsidization associated with net metering to the greatest extent practicable. If that was your charge, would your recommendations be different?
So if I were working for the commission and advising the commission, I mean, I think I would ask that they direct Duke to do, a winter sort of embedded cost of study, cost of service study, so we can get that information on the record. I'd ask them to direct Duke to do a comprehensive payback analysis so they can really sort of judge the trade-off between cost shift and non-disruption of the solar industry. And I think with that information, then I think the commission would be in a much sort of better position to make a decision on the extent to which they'd want to deviate away from the stipulation rates. Unfortunately, the way this case has evolved, there's not really that much information before the commission. There's the stipulation, which I feel doesn't really have a lot of backup in terms of, is this really as far as you could go? Is this really the greatest extent practicable? Then there's my zero cost shift tariff, which, as we said, it's kind of like a benchmark point. It's like, it just sets, this is how large the rates may need to be in order to reach that. So picking somewhere in between those, that's a difficult decision that the commission is going to have to make. And I'm not really sort of comfortable sort of recommending a particular sort of number in between there because, I'm not comfortable that the record's really been at least fully developed to the extent that I could confidently say this is the right number. I think a lot of it also depends on what happens with the general or generic docket, because embedded cost is only one part or one of the lenses that Duke is looking at the cost shift with. As Witness Harris points out, you also have an embedded cost. You have an embedded cost of shift study and a marginal cost shift study. I think there are issues with the numbers in Duke's marginal cost shift study. But the big problem is we just don't know what components should be included. Duke's added T&D, which I concur with. I don't think they necessarily calculate correctly, but I think that's a good thing. There may be other components that the generic docket finds should be included, in which case, the cost shift gets smaller. So we're at a challenging point there too, because we don't really have, the full information before us.
Thank you, Witness Ori. I think this is insightful because you gave me a very complete and thorough answer, again, looking at cost shift. And I had asked about all three of the legislative intent, but I'll accept your answer. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman, for this witness.
We're in recess until 2:40. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's hearing and docket numbers 2020-264E and 2020-265E. We're going to take roll. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Powers, Commissioners Powers and Caston, Vice Chair Belzer, and Chairman Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Thomas, Irvin, and Williams. Before we broke for a brief recess, we were finishing with the applicant's cross-examination of Mr. Horry, not Ori, but Horry. And so now it's time for commissioner questions. Mr. Horry, I have a question for you. It's very similar to the question Attorney Cooper asked you. I'm just going to go through the full. We're going to be here for a while anyway, so I'm going to ask the full and complete question. If a entity requested your expert guidance on producing a work product that would build on the successful deployment of solar generating capacity through Act 236 of 2014 to continue enabling market-driven private investment in distributed energy resources across the state by reducing regulatory and administrative burdens to customer installation and utilization of on-site distributed energy resources, avoid disruption to the growing market for customer scale distributed energy resources, and require the Commission to establish solar choice metering requirements that fairly allocate costs and benefits to eliminate any cost shift or subsidization associated with net metering to the greatest extent practical. If any entity, the Commission, a solar intervener, ORS, the South Carolina Gamecocks, if the Clemson Tigers, if any entity sought out your expertise and said, sir, we need you to produce a solar choice tariff that addresses items 1, 2, and 3, the whole shebang, would your recommendation be different than the recommendation you're making today?
So, yeah, I mean, if I need to come up with a rate that is going to sort of avoid the disruption, then, you know, I think we can look at it this way. We can start from the stipulation, because certainly the solar industry has bought into that one. So at least at that level, they're not seeing there being a massive disruption. Then we can look at what ORS has provided as the rate that would fully satisfy 3, but you know, perhaps not, you know, continue the solar market. And then there would need to be basically some sort of compromise, I think, in between the two values. You know, I've had some discussions with ORS about this, and they, you know, said that certainly it isn't ORS's position to sort of pick, you know, winners and losers kind of in that manner. But I think we wanted to try to find some sort of middle ground between the two. You know, certainly there's the general, you know, just go halfway in between. That's one thing you could do. Another thing you could do is look at, you know, that payback analysis that I referred to earlier, how the numbers that Duke provided had a 30% developer margin in there, whereas some other Duke studies dropped that margin to 10%, which sort of implies that maybe there's a 20% margin contraction that could happen if the solar tariffs became less lucrative. So maybe, you know, increasing 20% up from the solar choice tariffs presented in the stipulation, maybe that's, you know, a reasonable place to go. You know, one of the things is that, you know, Duke has correctly pointed out that these rates aren't going to be fixed forever. So, you know, there will be the ability to change the rates. But my concern is kind of what's the pace of that change, because there are a couple of things that could really sort of hold up change. If we find that, whatever rates are adopted here are too lucrative to solar customers. One is if it gets linked to rate cases. I'm not sure exactly what the cadence of rate cases are in South Carolina, but I assume it's 3 or 4 years. So you could be looking at, 3 to 4 years before you get any material change, or, maybe punt in that case. So maybe you're looking 8 years or 12 years. So that's a lot of solar customers who have then sort of locked in savings under these, recently adopted solar choice tariff rates. And I say locked in because even though the rates can change, there is going to be a lot of pressure to, observe gradualism in those changes. I don't think you need to worry about gradualism for the solar choice tariffs that you first issue, because no one's on them yet. So they can, be whatever you want. But once you start changing it, once customers already made investments based on that solar choice tariff that they see, it's going to be difficult to move very quickly in changing what that compensation is going to be. Certainly if residential base rates go up 3%, you can bump the solar choice tariffs up by 3% as well. But the extent you want those solar choice tariffs to go up at a faster rate to try to close any cost shift gap, that's a difficult thing to do. So that's sort of my concern with adopting a rate that's too lucrative for the solar customer generators now. I think it's a better idea to probably, maybe push it a little bit. Maybe go more toward rates that, reduce that developer margin, or assume that the developer margin can be reduced. Because if it turns out you need to change the rates and make them more lucrative, that's a much easier change to make than to, increase the rates because they've been too lucrative.
So the answer to my question is yes. Your proposal would change if you included paragraph A, subparagraph 1 and 2 into your analysis, as opposed to just A, subparagraph 3.
Yeah, I think if I was focusing on those other aspects, granted, we don't have a really good record on, how much we can, reduce that developer margin, what rates the solar industry would still be able to continue under. But certainly we could go somewhere in between, and it's probably likely that in order to meet the other goals, you would need to go somewhere between the two sets of rates that are on the table right now.
So again, the answer to my question is yes. Your proposal would change if you considered all the factors in the act.
Yeah, under that situation where I weren't testifying for ORS, but I was sort of looking at it from a different lens and looked at these other aspects, that would likely be my testimony.
Your proposal would change. Is that correct?
Yes, it would change if I weren't representing ORS and I was concerned about these other aspects.
Good. Thank you, sir, for your answer. So to be clear, the only reason you're making the proposal you're making to us today is because the organization who hired you limited your analysis to just the cost shift. Just the cost shift, only the cost shift. It's all about the cost shift. Is that correct?
I don't know if I'd quite characterize it that way, because my testimony would still provide that zero cost shift rate as that benchmark number that we need to have, I think, before the commission. So, it's clear that, not all parties believe that the cost shift problem has been solved by the stipulation. And no matter what party I was representing, that would still be my recommendation for this is what rates would look like if we wanted to get rid of the entire cost shift.
And that's fair, and we appreciate your proposal, but wouldn't you agree that it's incomplete, considering that the Act requires more than just analysis of the cost shift? And before you answer, sir, I understand that the commission has a tough job. I understand that the commission must make a decision, but the commission is limited to the information that it receives, and we're relying on the parties to present a case to us to allow us a full and complete case to allow us to make a decision. So when I hear someone say, well, that's up for the commission to decide, well, thank you. I'm appreciative of your reminding me of my duty, but what I would really be interested in is information to help me make a decision. So you gave us the bottom, you gave us the floor, it seems, but I don't see a middle or a ceiling as presented through your testimony. Would you not agree with that?
No, I would agree. I mean, my testimony in this case has been sort of looking at that zero cost shift tariff, as well as making some other sort of recommendations for improvements to the stipulation rates, but it doesn't provide a recommendation for a compromise rate.
Do you think your proposal is fair to solar users, rooftop solar users, the 12,000 or so that are in the company's territories? Do you think your zero-based cost shift or zero cost shift proposal is fair to those approximately 12,000 users consuming and using public? That 12,000, is it fair to them?
So, I mean, I think one thing to keep in mind is the 12,000, those customers aren't going to be sort of going on this solar choice tariff until possibly, years in the future when they transition to it. So in the near term, there's no impact of the rate, or there's no negative impact of the rate on those 12,000. However, actually to the extent the solar choice tariff reduces the cost shift, that's actually going to benefit the 12,000. And maybe I should clarify, it reduces the cost shift of new customer generators. That would actually be beneficial to the existing 12,000 customer generators because, they end up having to pay a small portion of the cost shift burden from new customer generators.
Witness Horry, I'm so glad you brought that up because I noticed in your testimony you referenced new solar users. And that's important. That's important to note. And the reason I think that's important is because the act requires, or at least the General Assembly stated, that it is their intent to avoid disruption to the growing market for customer scale distributed energy resources, which includes rooftop solar. With a zero cost shift analysis, without including or providing any type of negotiation or flexibility to avoid disruption and to build on the successful deployment of solar generating capacity through Act 236 of 2014, how can you say that a zero cost shift will not disrupt and will build upon the successful deployment of solar? You can't say that, can you?
Certainly the zero cost shift rate would dampen the solar sort of installation market. That's clear. It's going to be less.
Mr. Horry, I hate to interrupt you, but could you say that again? Certainly what?
I said certainly the zero cost shift tariffs would be providing less bill savings, so it's going to be less economically attractive for customers to install solar.
Okay.
There may still be customers. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think I heard you say dampen. It would dampen the rooftop solar market.
That's right.
Okay, dampen. When you say, I think I understand what you mean when you say dampen, but could you use a synonym for the word dampen?
Well, it certainly reduced the number of solar installations.
Okay, and would it also be fair to say that it would disrupt the growing market for customer scale distributed energy resources? If it dampens or reduces, would it also be fair to say that it would disrupt?
Well, yeah, I don't want to sort of play word games, but when I think disrupt, I guess I was thinking it was also keyed on just factors that did not allow solar to be adopted because, there were a lot of issues with like interconnection and customers being able to install rooftop solar that, was often an issue and sort of a barrier and a disruption. So, it's not a disruption to that extent. It is a disruption that it is just reducing the number of adopters.
Thank you, Witness Horry. Any other questions for this witness? Commissioner Caston?
Good afternoon, Mr. Horry.
Good afternoon.
And I appreciate Mr. Spear clarifying that for everyone. I want to do it right.
Like I said, I'm fine with Horry. It just reminds me of talking with South Carolinians.
Well, we have a lot of expressions, and I probably shouldn't use any of them here. But I want to get your name right. So far, there have been things that have kind of become more clear for me, and some that are still kind of murky. One of the things that seems to be more clear for me is that if, for whatever reason, if ORS were part of the discussions in the agreement, whether they were invited, they say they weren't, yeah, I don't know. But the thing that does seem to be clear to me is that there was great opportunity to find common ground and look after the best interest of the consuming and using public, I believe. And I believe that's, you didn't say it in those terms, but that if ORS was invited and engaged in the process, that the opportunity to do these things would have been quite helpful. Do you agree?
Yes, I definitely think that, if we were brought into the settlement discussions, we would have been able to push in those discussions for more information on, payback, on how much the solar industry could bear, so we could get a better sense of, is this really reducing the cost shift to the greatest extent practicable, or just the greatest extent that's agreeable? I feel like that information is not really fully fleshed out in this case. We also could have, just stressed again that we really believe we need to look at, the winter peak issue, and hopefully would have been able to, persuade Duke to produce such a study at that time. I do realize, though, there may be sort of other regulatory issues that may make them reluctant to produce such a study. I was in their job when I was at PG&E, and, there probably is a concern, or I should say, if it were me, I could see a concern of, even if we just produce this study that we say is just for the solar choice tariff, any class that benefits from it, they're going to come waving it at us in the next rate case. And, that might result in big cost increases, let's say, to the residential class, which we really don't want to sort of push forward in the near future. So, we don't want to sort of, stir up that hornet's nest.
Well, I absolutely agree with most, if not everything you just said. And I've often said, if all this stuff was easy, anybody could do it, couldn't they?
That's right.
So I'm assuming folks are in the positions they're in and make the salaries they make, or because they're the people that get this stuff done and get it done right. Would you agree?
Yes, and I'd also point out that there's so much that depends on the little details of what's done. So you can know that, for example, Duke's doing a marginal cost study. You can know that they're using adopted T&D marginal cost, but until you dig down and see, okay, how much capacity reduction are they crediting to solar? You don't really know if that's producing a reasonable result or not. It's almost like you look at a house, and from the outside it looks good, but you don't really know until you sort of dig down, look at the foundation, look into the walls to see how it was really built.
Good analogy, and it wasn't even a sport analogy, but a good analogy. And the reason I say those things, and because in the past day or two, I've kind of alluded or asked about the summer winter peak, about what requirement is that you cannot do it, but Section 58-40-20 of the Act that we keep talking about, paragraph D2, this is kind of what was running through my head when we were talking about this. It says the cost of service implications of customer generators on the customers within the same class, including an evaluation of whether customer generators provide an adequate rate of return to the electrical utility compared to the otherwise applicable rate case when, for analytical purposes only, examined as a separate class within a cost of service study. Now, and I understand the concern and even what you said, that even if you're doing it for analytical purposes, but it's in this, and that's what I've kind of always thought, that why couldn't you just look at things for analytical purposes? But whether we did or did not, I think what I heard you say earlier was that you thought it should be looked at for analytical purposes, and if ORS was engaged in this process, perhaps that could have been done. Maybe not. Maybe they'd have wore you down and convinced you otherwise. But as it stands, we're sitting here debating things that seem like they could have and should have been resolved. Do you agree?
Yeah, I certainly agree with your summary, and certainly agree that it would have been preferable if we could have sort of ironed out these analytical issues prior to the hearings today.
Another one in question I have, you had mentioned something about Duke's current, I want to make sure I'm right, Duke's current peak summer rate from 4 to 5. I think from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. is what they're using in this stipulation. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, so the 4 to 5 p.m., so that discussion was regarding the way they're evaluating T&D capacity. I think for summer 1 CP, I think it's probably that same 4 to 5 p.m. as well.
And is that the normal time period that they use for their summer peak?
I believe it is.
Okay. Again, another thing that probably, if we were all engaged, could probably be resolved, or at least discussed, arm wrestled, whatever you need to do. But as earlier pointed out, the commission, we can't do those things. We're totally relying on the people that come before us to do as many of these things as they can, rather than, I guess, have us try to figure it out when we don't have all the information either, and we can't get it. Do you agree?
Yes, that's my understanding based on these conversations.
All right, I guess final things. Your name has been mentioned a lot in the last day or two. It was not taken in vain that I recall, but you were mentioned a few times. I think Witness Harris stated that you did not use industry standards for developing your cost shift. I think it was your cost shift. Is that true or false?
Well, it's that same sort of issue of the winter versus the summer peak. So I used a loss of load expectation, which is very common for marginal costs, less common for embedded cost studies. But, you know, it's explicitly recognized by NARUC in their cost allocation manual that it is a valid technique to use. I think it's one of those issues where it's a more complicated technique. It tends to live in a different part of the organization that either does planning or marginal cost, and usually doesn't sort of filter into the embedded cost of service world.
Another thing he mentioned was how I think he alluded to in your testimony criticizing Duke for using the outdated 2018 study, but you used a 2016 study. Anything you can clarify there?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to clarify that. So by outdated, what I'm referring to is sort of outdated methods or paradigms. So the outdated nature of the 2018 study is the use of the summer peak when, you know, Duke systems are winter peaking. The 2016 study that I used, the LOLE study, that was just the most recent study that I had available. I don't know if Duke has done a more recent resource adequacy study, but at least that study does recognize the current and future need for winter capacity. So I consider that superior to the old methodology or the old paradigm of the summer peak, even though that's used in a more recent embedded cost study.
And this has probably really been answered in the first question, you know, why Horry is mixing embedded and marginal cost.
Yeah, so I'm not really mixing embedded and marginal costs. What I'm doing is I'm using an allocation factor that's more commonly used in marginal cost studies. But again, the NARUC cost allocation manual, you know, specifically identifies that as a valid allocation method for embedded cost of service studies.
Well, as I hear your responses, and I appreciate those, and these questions they had, the whole time I'm sitting there here thinking that if of course, I don't know that you could have been in the same room at the time, but if we'd have been doing however we're doing it, engaged in part of the process, these questions probably would not have been asked in this hearing. Do you agree?
Assuming we could come to some resolution or some agreement, then yeah, there would have been no need to bring this up.
Have you ever been in any negotiation or any process like that where you got your way on everything?
No.
Nor have I. I wanted it. I wanted my way, but I never could get it. But I got some of the stuff I wanted. Is that sometimes good enough?
Well, I think, you know, that would definitely be a positive outcome. I think also just setting the record straight, just having accurate information before the commission, I think is also a positive outcome.
I agree. Could not disagree more. Mr. Horry, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner questions from Mr. Horry.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you. Mr. Horry, thank you for your candor this afternoon and describing where we are and what we're working through. It means a lot to me to have an expert like you acknowledge that you were really asked to go on a mission with only 1/3 of the statutory instructions in mind. And but you've been honest enough today to tell us that if you were working for the commission rather than your current client, you take quite a different approach. Isn't that correct?
Well, I don't know if I'd say it's quite a different approach. I think the numbers show would be the same, but I may make a recommendation, to land somewhere in between rather than just presenting the numbers and saying, okay, commission, now it's up to you to make the hard decision on, where to fall between the two sets of numbers.
That's right. And so, one thing that I've been reading with interest is an article I think that you wrote or your entity wrote entitled "Alternative Rate Making Mechanisms for Distributed Energy Resources in California." Did you write that?
I may have helped edit or provided comments. I don't think I authored that one.
Is it your firm that prepared that summary?
If it's by Energy and Environmental Economics or E3, that was us.
Yes, sir. That's it. So, you're familiar with the study?
Yes.
Okay. Because I wanted to take you to the executive summary on page 3. You're welcome to pull it up if you need to, but since it's from your firm, I bet you're familiar with the concepts.
I'm sorry, but Commissioner Irvin, I don't see it. Is there some way that somebody can share this document?
I don't have the ability to share it, but I can tell you where to find it. If you'll go to E3, that's spelled ETHREE.com. This is listed as alternative rate-making mechanisms for distributed energy resources in California. And the date of the white paper is January 28, 2021. Let me know when you find it, and then you can follow along. It's by Verda, which is Mr. Horry indicated is Energy, Environmental Economics, which his firm prepared. So let me know when you get there, and when you get to the table of contents, the executive summary is on page 3.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Irvin, just want to make sure that Attorney Nelson also has a document as well.
Yes.
We can't find it, but that's if Mr. Ori has. You got it now? Okay. We've got a copy of it up now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the executive summary, which your firm prepared, first notes at the end of paragraph 2, and I quote, "This white paper illustrates immediate elimination of the cost shifting under current NEM programs will be very difficult to achieve, as it would cause severe bill impacts and could make it challenging to maintain a viable customer-cited renewable generation industry in this state," end quote. Did I cite that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And so your firm acknowledged in a very comprehensive white paper this 2 months ago, less than 2 months ago, that if we follow ORS's recommendation and try and totally eliminate the cost shift, that causes severe disruptions in the industry. True?
Certainly disruptions. I don't know about the severe, but I also want to point out that, in California, in developing the white paper, we had sort of clear direction from the commission and commission staff that they wanted this to be kind of a smooth runway, and there wasn't the sort of requirement to reduce cost shift to the maximum extent practicable. So that's another reason why we could sort of arrive at these sort of more gentle conclusions, because it was sort of a different set of goals and criteria for this case.
Right. So for the purposes of my further questioning, I want you to assume that the South Carolina Public Commission would like a very gradual glide path as well. Because the statute requires it, doesn't it? Our Act 62 requires that, correct?
Well, the Act 62, it's a challenge because on the one hand, it does sort of indicate some kind of glide path because of the disruption, but then it also, looks to reduce the cost shift to the maximum extent practicable. I think it's one of these cases where when the legislature was putting that together, certainly those are both great goals. Whether they're really compatible, I don't think that was sort of an issue at the time, and now, that's where the commission now trying to, weigh those two against each other.
Well, the General Assembly could have said the Public Service Commission shall eliminate the cost shift, period. Right?
That's true. They could have said that.
They didn't say that. They didn't say that. They recognize there has to be a balancing of interest, didn't they?
Well, it could be that, or, one of the challenges is even with the word practicable. So there are kind of two different types of practicable. One is whether you can actually get the cost shift to zero for every single solar customer. Because you have to design rates that apply to a bunch of customers, you actually can't do that. There's always going to be some small variation. But then there's the other practicable, which is practicable in terms of does it continue the solar industry and avoid the disruption. So it kind of depends on which practicable they were really.
Right. So let me just go back to your white paper for a moment that your firm recently proposed for your state of California, and it applies across the board to other jurisdictions, as I see later in the paper. We'll get to that. But the next paragraph says, and I quote, "Preservation of a viable market is likely to require a, quote, glide path, including both a gradual rate reform and an external transitional support mechanism designed specifically to enable a reasonable payback period for customers investing in on-site renewable generation," end quote. Did I cite that correctly?
Yep.
And so, like in South Carolina, and like in California, South Carolina, and all other jurisdictions are being advised by your firm, don't do this with an axe. Do it very surgically so that people have time to adjust and make changes gradually, incrementally. Isn't that kind of what we're talking about?
Well, I think there's two types of sort of gradual issues here. There's one that's for customers who already have solar. And so obviously they've made investments based on a certain expectation of bill savings. So you want to, apply gradualism to any changes that is going to affect them. I think gradualism is less important if it's a new rate for new customers that haven't made the investment yet. But certainly to the extent that you want to continue solar adoptions at a level comparable to what you've seen recently, then you would want to sort of move more gradually away from existing bill savings levels.
That's right. And your white paper goes on to say that such a mechanism, which you refer to as a market transition credit, would be flexible and sensitive to cost declines for customer-sided renewable generation, and especially BTM solar. What is BTM solar?
Oh, that's behind the meter.
Yeah. So it recognizes that you have to be sensitive to behind the meter solar customers. You don't want to shock them with a big bill increase. You want to have a mechanism in place that can gradually adjust as the situation warrants going forward, correct?
Okay, it depends on your perspective. If you're trying to maintain the market, then I would agree. If you're trying to reduce the cost shift as much as you can, then I think it shifts to a more rapid change.
Yeah. So our General Assembly also told us in Act 62 that they wanted to maintain the solar market. There's no question about that, is there? That's in paragraph A, isn't it?
Yeah, so I guess it's a question of maintain it at what level? At historical levels, or is some declining but continuing level acceptable? That's the part that's not
Right.
entirely clear to me.
And that's what your white paper says in the final sentence, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says this transparency would provide needed certainty to developers of customer-sided renewable generation, allowing for planning around expected rate changes and MTC declines. What's MTC?
That's the market transition credit. So that's the credit. The idea is it's larger in the early years when solar would need a larger subsidy, and then you drop that over time.
Gotcha. Okay. So your white paper does a really good job of guiding us through this process, doesn't it?
We think it's a reasonable way to approach it. Other utilities, like in New York, have looked at the market transition credit in Hawaii. We've also looked at the market transition credit. So we think it's a nice way to sort of transparently show what that subsidy is, and also give you a way to ramp down the subsidy over time. But also point out both of those jurisdictions are very pro-solar, and it was definitely sort of the desire of the commission to minimize disruption. So it really is kind of linked to what the goals of the individual commissions are.
Yep, and given that South Carolina legislature unanimously passed Act 62, it'd be fair to say that we're pro-solar as well, don't you? Wouldn't you consider South Carolina a pro-solar jurisdiction?
Certainly through the legislature, it's pro-solar, but in other ways, it's not as pro-solar as other jurisdictions, like the components adopted, in the marginal cost analyses or avoided cost analyses. As you've pointed out several times, there are other types of benefits that other jurisdictions recognize that aren't recognized in South Carolina. So, I'd say it's pro-solar in some aspects, but perhaps not in others.
That's fair. And that brings me to my final point, and that is, you mentioned benefits. We haven't talked a lot about them, but there are numerous benefits for rooftop solar that also have to be considered in the balancing act. You would agree to that, wouldn't you?
I would agree, but I think we have to be careful about some of those benefits that have been discussed, benefits like fuel cost savings, because, those benefits, or a lot of other benefits, are just flowing directly to the solar customer generator through their bill reductions. And so there isn't any extra benefit for society. Now, if you talked about other benefits like, climate impacts, then those are benefits that would, flow to society. So you sort of have to be careful, about which benefits you're talking about to determine whether there's societal benefit or just more of a direct customer benefit.
Right. And the other benefit to all ratepayers is that to the extent that solar generators can help fill the need for generation of electricity for the grid, that means that companies like Duke and Dominion can delay going out and building new facilities like gas-fired or peaking turbines that happen to be very expensive compared to cost of solar. You'd agree with that? That's a benefit to all ratepayers, correct?
I agree that's a benefit, but one of the issues is how much is solar really avoiding the construction of the peakers? That sort of gets to our whole summer versus winter debate. I think in a lot of other jurisdictions that are clearly summer peaking, it's a much easier story. It's a much easier set of economics. Solar is helping reduce energy and the need to add new generation. In South Carolina, since it's more of a winter problem now, you're still getting energy savings. You're not getting the generation savings anymore. You may be getting some T&D savings. But again, the more winter peaking you are, then the less valuable solar is to you for getting those additional benefits.
And I appreciate you wanting to look forward, and that's always a great thing in planning, but as you know, our current rates for Duke Energy in South Carolina are set on the summer peak, coincident peak, correct?
That's right. That's the way the current rates and the rate cases are proceeded.
So it's only logical that we continue that that particular summer peak as we do a net metering tariff. Otherwise, we're creating chaos by going against our own commission decision to use summer peak. True?
I'd respectively disagree there. I think you could still rely on the summer peak for the sort of starting average residential rate level. But when you look at how much of a cost reduction or bill reduction you should give to the solar customers, I think it's appropriate to look at how they actually reducing your need for generation capacity and reflecting the winter need for capacity and doing that calculation of the savings. You can still start from the existing residential rates based on the summer. When you look at the savings, I think you should look at this winter problem.
Well, I appreciate your sharing that with us, but it is what it is. We're basing our rates on summer peak, and until that changes, it doesn't seem that we're actually comparing apples to apples. But thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate you going through that with me. No further questions.
Chair Williams.
Commissioner Caston.
Mr. Horry, since California was mentioned, it just clicked, and I happen to have it here with some article from Energy Central. I think it's from the Daily Democrat. Since you're in California, is that a newspaper out there? What is that?
It sounds like it. I'm not really familiar with it, but it sounds like something we'd have out here in California.
Well, the title of it is California, Why Your Electricity Prices Are Soaring. Are you familiar with this at all? It's a study apparently that was done by the Energy Institute at UC Berkeley's Haas Business School. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with that group. I'm not familiar with that exact study, but I don't think you need any sort of complicated study to show that California electricity rates are very high. They've been that way for decades, leading the nation along with New York and Hawaii. Coincidentally, two other big solar areas.
What caught my attention when I looked at it, it was talking about the different percentages, how much higher electricity bills are used to offset the cost of, I guess, some social programs. I'm not sure what they are, wildfire mitigation care. But one of the things that struck me, and it says, and while the bills of older, wealthier Californians continue to decrease as they adopt cost-efficient alternatives like the state's new net energy metering solar program, costs will keep rising for a shrinking customer base composed mostly of low and middle income renters who still use electricity as the main energy source. And it goes on to say when households adopt solar, they're not paying their fair share. They still rely on the state's electric grid for much of their power consumption without paying for its fixed cost like others do. And it has some other stuff along those lines. So I guess we're not the only state dealing with an issue like this, are we?
No, you're not. This whole problem of sort of rates not properly reflecting costs. So, you have volumetric rates that then overcompensate solar customer generators. I mean, that is a big problem industry-wide.
And I know South Carolina's not California, and I don't know, why their rates are the highest or whatever, don't know. But I do hope whatever this commission does, we make sure we don't duplicate it. Other than that, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Williams, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you, Mr. Horry. And
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. I wanted to focus on cost shift and whether you quantified the cost shift benefit that would occur to a non-net energy metering customer affected under the tariffs that ORS proposes.
Yeah, actually, there was no need to do a calculation because under the ORS proposal, well, not proposal, but the ORS zero cost shift rates, there would be no cost shift impact, so it would just be zero.
Well, I'm asking what the shift was to the non-solar customer. What kind of benefit? Well, okay, but there's no shift because it doesn't happen until the rate case, right?
Well, it's just that the rate is sufficiently high that the bill reductions that the solar customer generators would get on the rate would match up with their the cost savings that you would attribute to them from the cost, embedded cost of service study. So there is no sort of subsidization or cost shift burden that would have to be attached to a non-participant. Now you're right that when you actually look at the way kind of the accounting works, there could be some slight cost shifts in the interim years before rate case true-ups, but it would be, almost nothing, and nothing to be concerned about.
Well, I mean, I really was thinking it was going to be more of a positive number, kind of rectifying the cost shift.
Well, what you'll see is, it's not going to add to the cost shift burden. So to the extent there's the cost shift amount that's being amortized away, you're not going to be adding to that. So you would see benefit there.
Okay. And did you look at average annual bills and what they might be under ORS's solar choice tariffs?
Let me see. I don't have that at my fingertips. I'm not seeing that in my notes here.
We do get to talk to you again, right?
Yes.
How about if you look and if you find it, we talk again later in the
I can certainly have that ready next time I'm up, Commissioner.
Awesome. Thank you. And no further questions.
If there are no further questions from commissioners, we will go to redirect.
No questions on redirect from ORS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next witness. Oh, Attorney Nelson.
That's the ORS case. That's our case, Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Nelson. Attorney Nelson, something I need to clarify for the record. It's my understanding that Mr. Horry had 4 exhibits, exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm being told that only 1 and 2 were moved into the record.
Do we have another one? Yeah. Okay. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. The copy that I was looking at, I didn't have those 2 additional ones. So I would also ask that exhibits number 3 and 4 be entered into the record as part of the hearing exhibit.
Exhibits 3, Mr. Horry's exhibits 3 and 4 will be entered into the record, will be added to the composite exhibit, which has been marked hearing exhibit 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
No problem. All right, so ORS is finished. We're now back to the applicant for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at this time, the companies would call Janice Hager.
All right, Miss Hager, excuse me, please take the stand.
Ms. Hager, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hager. Could you please state your name?
My name is Janice Hager.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm president of Janice Hager Consulting, LLC.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 21 pages of rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes.
I asked you the same questions that you were asked in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony this morning, earlier. Would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Ms. Hager's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as given orally from the stand.
Ms. Hager's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. Attorney Cooper.
Yes, Mr.
Are
Chairman.
you and Ms. Hager in the same room?
No, we are not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We have a live mic somewhere that's causing some background noise. So if you're not speaking, if you would do us a huge favor and mute your mic, that would be very helpful to this process. Attorney Cooper.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have another computer, or we had another computer in this conference room yesterday, my colleague, but we don't have that. So just in case your team, that's helpful for your team to know as they try to troubleshoot.
They're not in their head. Yes, that is helpful for them to know. So please proceed. I'll tell you this, you all just wouldn't believe what we go through to try to make all of this happen. This is more than a 3-ring circus, so we appreciate your patience.
Not at all. Thank you for all you do. Ms. Hager, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit that was attached to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to that exhibit at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Ms. Hager's pre-filed exhibit be entered as the next hearing exhibit.
Ms. Hager's pre-filed rebuttal exhibit will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit 12.
And Mr. Chairman, at this time, Ms. Hager will provide her summary in a Q&A format.
Please proceed.
Thank you. What is the purpose of your testimony?
The purpose of my testimony is to address issues raised by ORS witness Horry regarding the embedded cost of service study and the use of the summer coincident peak allocator.
Can you briefly explain the purpose of a cost of service study?
Yes, the purpose of a cost of service study is to align the total cost incurred by the utility in the test period and customer classes responsible for the costs. The study allocates company revenue, expenses, and rate base based on the service requirements of the jurisdictions and customer classes. Once cost and revenues are assigned, the return on investment is identified for each class, which then can be used as a guide in designing rates so that the companies are provided an opportunity to recover cost and earn their allowed rate of return.
Can you elaborate some on the cost allocation process?
Yes, costs are first functionalized into categories of plan investment and operating costs. Once costs have been functionalized, they are then classified according to cost causation characteristics such as demand-related cost, energy-related cost, and customer-related costs.
Is there anything else the Commission should know about the cost allocation process?
Yes, cost components that are identified as having a direct relationship to a jurisdiction or a customer class are directly assigned to that jurisdiction or class before any allocations occur. Additionally, in order to classify the cost according to cost causation characteristics, such as demand-related cost, energy-related cost, or customer-related costs, specific allocation factors are developed.
Why is it important to maintain the relationship between cost of service and rate design?
In my testimony, I illustrate this relationship using an example of a pie. The revenue requirement is the whole pie and is based on historical embedded cost. The cost of service study divides the pie into rate classes based on how each class caused costs to be incurred. The total estimated revenue for the rate schedules must equal the embedded cost or the whole pie.
What would happen if you used one cost allocation method for one group of customers and a different one for other groups?
The utilities rates would not be equivalent to the whole pie, which would result in an over or under collection of the revenue requirement.
What cost of service study methodology analyzed the company's current rates?
Production and transmission demand costs were allocated using the summer coincident peak. The company's cost of service study used the commission-approved methodology from the last rate case and allocated costs based on each jurisdiction's and customer class's coincident peak responsibility occurring during the summer.
What does ORS Witness Horry advocate for with regard to embedded cost of service studies?
Witness Horry advocates a switch to a winter peaking methodology or LOLE methodology, which is not the methodology currently approved by this commission. However, all of the company's retail rates are based on the cost of service methodology arising from the last base rate case, which is the same methodology that the company has used for decades. To change the unit cost, as suggested by Witness Horry, would completely disconnect the cost of service analysis from the currently effective rates that were established in the last base rate case.
Why is it inappropriate to implement a new cost of service methodology at this time?
The use of any cost of service methodology other than the method used in the last rate case is inappropriate because, one, all South Carolina retail rates are based on that cost of service methodology, and the current rates have no generation asset cost based on winter peaking needs. And two, no other methodology has been fully vetted in a proceeding in which all interested parties have a voice, like a base rate proceeding, which is the normal forum in which to consider this proposal. This is why the companies utilize the summer CP methodology to develop the solar choice tariffs.
Do the company's embedded cost of service studies assume the system peaks remain in the summer, as Witness Horry suggests?
No, the embedded cost of service studies rely on historical information and cost causation principles. They make no assumption about the future of system peaks.
Can you explain the problems with Witness Horry's suggestion to measure cost shifts in subsidization using LOLE?
Yes, Witness Horry suggests use of LOLE based on its use in the avoided cost calculations, but this is not sound advice because cost of service studies allocate historical embedded costs based on cost causation, whereas the avoided cost process is based on incremental or marginal cost. Avoided cost proceedings are for the purpose of setting future purchase power rates in accordance with Section 210 of PURPA and focus on marginal cost.
Is it standard practice to use an embedded cost of service allocation for demand-related production and transmission costs based on LOLE?
No, I was only able to find 2 utilities in the country who used LOLE for cost of service for allocating demand-related production costs for general rate cases. In both instances, the companies were ordered to provide an alternative to LOLE if they proposed to use LOLE in their next rate case.
Do you agree with Witness Horry that no new embedded cost of service study would be needed to evaluate the full impact of a winter peak?
No, changing to one winter CP methodology would require a new embedded cost of service study for all retail customers in order to avoid using one allocation methodology for one rate class and a different methodology for another. This suggestion would result in an over or under collection of the revenue requirement.
Does this conclude the summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Ms. Hager. Please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a few questions. Ms. Hager, Mr. Horry estimates a cost shift of $449 or $621 a year for DC and DEP respectively under the new Solar Choice program. Is that your recollection?
Yes, that's correct.
See, is it your understanding that witness Horry was only able to find that potential cost shift by using a completely different, untested and unapproved cost allocation method than the one that Duke currently uses in its rates?
Yes, that is correct.
But unless Duke were to actually use exactly that method to allocate costs to its customers, that potential cost shift would never happen for non-solar customers, right?
That is correct. And I would note also that the methodology that Witness Horry used to develop those rates was not a complete cost of service study and development of rates based on winter CP to determine what the non-participating customer bills would be. It was a very simplistic approximation, I believe, that sort of doesn't fit with the numbers that have exact, we're down to an exact dollar amounts that you mentioned.
Another way, and maybe this is overly obvious, but the Summer 1 CP methodology that Duke uses, that is how costs are actually allocated to Duke's customers. Isn't that right?
That is how costs were actually allocated for the purposes of the most recent base rate case, for which underlie all of the rates that actually North and South Carolina retail customers currently pay.
So would you agree that ORS here has gone searching for a phantom cost shift that will not actually manifest because that is not the method that Duke uses to allocate its costs?
Phantom is an interesting word. I certainly believe it's not a representative of the of how rates were actually set, nor do I believe it is indicative of how rates would be set in the future. It's as though he's sort of jumping ahead to say, well, I think, perhaps rates would be set on winter CP in the future. And certainly we are not at that point at this point.
And Duke cannot change its cost of service allocation method outside of a general rate case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So now, using Duke's cost allocation method, the one that was approved by this commission, the proposed Solar Choice program either substantially reduces or eliminates any potential cost shift, right?
That is my understanding based on the calculation that has been presented in this case. That's not my calculations, but they do use the underlying cost of service study, and I do believe that is correct, that they do eliminate the cost shift.
So using the method that Duke actually uses, there would be no impact to non-solar customer bills from the proposed Solar Choice program?
That is true, particularly between now and the next rate case, when there will be an opportunity to revisit what the cost shift is based on whatever methodology is approved in that rate case.
Ms. Hager, that's all of my questions.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Ledford. NCSEA does not have any questions for Ms. Hager.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CA has no questions for Ms. Hager.
Vote Solar.
Beth Durant for Vote Solar. No questions for this witness.
Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Taylor Spear for Alder Energy. No questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Jeff Nelson for ORS, Mr. Chairman. We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. We're in recess until 4:10. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's hearing in docket numbers 2020-264E and 2020-265E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Caston, Powers, Vice Chair Belzer, and Chairman Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Irvin, Williams, and Thomas. We're with witness Hager, and we're at Commissioner questions. Commissioner Caston.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hager.
Good afternoon.
I saw in your bio where you are a 49er and a civil engineer.
I am.
I read your testimony, and I thought you did an excellent job of the cost of service study overview. I mean, I followed it, and I'm a good litmus for anything like that, but you did an excellent job, done just like a good engineer would do.
Yeah, I actually think cost of service is well suited for engineers. It's a nice, it fits with the way that we approach things.
Well, you did a good job, I think, of laying it out, and at least to me or for me, I appreciate that. Let me ask you just one thing, because it's been mentioned many times relative to the cost of service study, the winter peak, summer peak. Is there anything, and I'm thinking in terms of 5840-20 D2, where it talks about cost of service. Is there anything that prevents the utility from performing a cost of service study to look at peak summer, to look at winter peak for analytical purposes only? I'm not saying is it easy. I'm saying, is there anything that prevents the utility from doing that?
So I think a cost of service study can certainly be done using winter peak. I think the challenge is what do you have when you have that? That doesn't automatically translate into what is the cost shift that's associated with the tariff.
I'm not debating the merits of it. I understand what you're saying. Like, okay, if you go through all the trouble to do it, what's it going to show me? Is that what you're saying?
That and also that's only the first step. If you wanted to use it for the purposes of developing a solar choice tariff, you'd have to develop the cost of service study based on winter CP, presumably based on the revenue requirements as approved in the last rate case. And then you'd have to take that cost of service study and then develop rates for which to calculate the non-participants' bills. And that's another step that's highly subjective and often lots of debate about how to translate from cost of service to rates.
So if I'm understanding, it can be done, but why do it?
It can be done, and why do it? And then also, I think you just got the challenge of, if you were to apply it, you would have been setting one rate based on a different methodology than all other rates are established. And I think you've heard a lot about that in the past.
Yes, ma'am, I have. And I get that. I really do. And goodness knows I would not expect that. But it seems like I was hearing that you just can't do that. And I believe, yeah, you can. You may not want to, but you can do it. Now, not as an applicable rate, but for analysis only. But and that was my understanding, what you said, as far as for analysis only, you can probably run whatever model you want to run, couldn't you not?
Yes, the math is certainly possible.
That's pretty much what I was, I guess, getting to, not, again, not debating the merits of it one way or the other. Other than that, that's really all I had, and I appreciate it, and excellent work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner questions for this witness? Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too like the way you laid things out and helped me understand things. And we talked a lot about procedures and comparing different ways of doing cost shifts, cost of studies. I just wondered, is there any way to put numbers, let's say the way Mr. Ori sets out what a solar choice tariff would be and what the stipulated solar choice tariff, what would be numbers as far as an annual bill if you were to compare Mr. Ori's to the agreed upon stipulated tariff? Is that possible, or is that something you would have to do as a...
Are you speaking of bills for the participating customers?
Yes.
Those who are in any...
What the difference would be between those two bills?
I think probably Witness Harris would be the one to ask that question to.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions for this witness? Redirect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ashley Cooper for the companies. I'll be very brief. Ms. Hager, following up on the question about for analytical purposes, you recall Sori's talking about different methodologies you could use for the basis of calculation?
Yes.
And I think that's because we had determined that no other jurisdiction had used this best methodology. And he mentioned, well, you could use 4 different methodologies to measure cost shift. Is that correct?
He mentioned at least 4. There are a number that are possible.
Okay. And he seemed to give kind of a precise figure. Based on your experience, Ms. Hager, if you used these various methodology, would you expect them to all yield the same result?
No, each methodology that you used would yield a different value for cost shift.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hager. I don't have any more questions at this time.
All right. Please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, we call Mr. Brad Harris back to the stand.
Mr. Harris, please take the stand. Pause to be sworn by a court reporter. Oh, that is right. You already been sworn, Mr. Harris. Take the stand, and Mr. Cooper, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, did you prepare or cause to be prepared 18 pages of rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do. On the table on page 18 of my rebuttal testimony, the estimated unwarranted cost shift per customer generator from a marginal cost perspective for DEP should read $64.36 under full retail net metering and $30.03 under the stipulation. As a result, the approximate percentage reduction of the cost shift in that table from a marginal cost perspective for DEP should be 53%. Cost shift numbers for DEP that resulted in a 100% reduction in the unwarranted cost shift are correct.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if anybody else I had a little trouble hearing. I just want to make sure the record is correct. On your last sentence, Mr. Harris, I just want to make sure you said the embedded cost shift number. If you could repeat your sentence.
The embedded cost shift numbers for DEP that resulted in the 100% reduction in the unwarranted cost shift are correct.
Thank you. Subject to this revision, if I ask you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Harris's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Harris's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Harris, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit that was attached to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to that exhibit at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Harris's pre-filed rebuttal exhibit be entered as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Harris's pre-filed rebuttal exhibit will be marked to enter into the record as hearing exhibit 13.
And Mr. Chairman, at this time, Mr. Harris will provide a summary of his rebuttal testimony in a Q&A format. Mr. Harris, what is the purpose of your rebuttal testimony?
The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to respond to certain items raised in the direct testimony of ORS witness Horry related to the embedded cost of service studies that I presented in my direct testimony. I also update certain calculations in my direct testimony to reflect updates made by Duke Energy Carolinas to its 2017 FERC Form 1.
Can you clarify the context in which the embedded cost shift studies were submitted in this proceeding?
Yes, the cost shift studies were submitted as part of the cross-subsidization analysis that the companies performed on the proposed solar choice tariffs.
Is witness Horry correct in his claim that the embedded cost shift studies are based on outdated data?
No. The shift studies are based upon the separate embedded cost of service studies conducted by the companies in the most recent 2018 base rate cases. The orders from these base rate cases were issued in May of 2019, and I began my analysis for the solar choice metering tariffs soon thereafter. The embedded cost of service studies from the 2018 rate cases utilized the summer CP and form the basis for all the retail prices in the company's South Carolina jurisdictions. Any change from the summer CP methodology would require a fundamental shift in all of the company's retail rates.
Are there any other reasons why the summer CP is the appropriate allocation methodology?
Yes. As explained by witness Hager, the production and transmission assets reflected in the rate cases and in the rate case embedded cost of service studies were incurred to serve a summer peak. No additional production capacity costs are currently being recovered in the company's retail rates. Therefore, no costs incurred to serve a winter peak since the 2018 rate cases will be recovered from retail customers until the implementation of the next base rate case. Additionally, the companies do not have the flexibility to choose an alternative embedded cost allocator for these dockets that have not been previously vetted by the Commission.
How did witness Horry calculate his embedded cost shift study?
Witness Horry inappropriately used the older DEC and DEP 2016 resource adequacy studies to conduct an embedded cost analysis. Resource adequacy studies are conducted to give system planners information on physical reliability that could be expected. Embedded costs are not used in these studies because they are intended to evaluate future system requirements instead of allocating historical costs. Resource adequacy studies have not been used to allocate embedded costs in South Carolina and were not utilized in the 2018 base rate cases, despite the 2016 resource adequacy studies being available at that time. This is because future resource adequacy does not consider how historical or embedded costs were incurred.
Do Do you agree with witness Horry that the commission does not need to address any concerns regarding how a new embedded cost of service study might shift costs between classes in this docket?
No. Act 62 requires the commission to be concerned about the cost shift and consider this type of analysis.
ORS witness Horry expressed concerns about the MOU restricting the companies from providing useful information in this proceeding. Are his concerns warranted?
No. To the best of my knowledge, the companies have responded to all data requests in this proceeding, as well as any requests from ORS for further conversations. The companies have proactively reached out to ORS to solicit and answer any additional questions the ORS might have.
How have the companies addressed cost shift in the proposed interim riders?
The companies reduced the cost shift under the interim riders by balancing Act 62's competing goals, the timetable set forth in Act 62, and the limitation of the company's legacy billing systems during a time of transition. To provide additional protection for non-solar customers, the company placed a monthly cap on residential solar applications to ensure the number of new customer generators on the interim riders are kept to a reasonable level, mitigate risk to non-participating customers, and obviate the need to place customers on TOU netting or include an extra $10 a month basic facilities charge as suggested by witness Horry.
How do you respond to the ORS's suggestion to modify the non-residential riders?
It would be premature to modify these riders at this time because the company does not currently have the data required to properly implement ORS's request to modify the TOU rates in this context, which would be a large undertaking. Even still, the companies ensure the cost shift is reduced under these riders as well. For example, most non-residential rate schedules include demand charges, which substantially reduce any concerns about cross-subsidization. The non-residential riders also include monthly netting, rather than a monthly carryover of excess energy with annual netting, as is the case today. The companies have also proposed caps on the growth of small general service customers to ensure the commission can address a potential cost shift issue before it materially affects non-solar customers.
Thank you. And please summarize the results of your cost shift studies.
In all cases, the proposed solar choice tariffs reduce the cost shift. Considering both the embedded and marginal perspectives, the studies show that the permanent tariffs show a substantial, if not complete, reduction in the cost shift that complies with Act 62's requirement to reduce the cost shift as much as practicable. This concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. At this time, please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon. We have no questions. This witness.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, Solar Energy Industries Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NCSEA does not have any questions.
Vote Solar.
That's Durant for Vote Solar. No questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Taylor Spear for Alder Energy. Mr. Chairman, no questions. Thank you.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
ORS has no questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, questions for this witness? Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harris, I think you got thrown under the bus a minute ago. Basically, your calculations pretty much eliminate the cost shift, and Mr. Horry, in his calculations, essentially eliminate the cost shift. So I still have the one question: what would be the annual cost difference between what he proposes and what you propose, or what the stipulation proposes, as far as the costs to solar residential?
Certainly. So I started working on the numbers as soon as I heard the question. So I've calculated for DEP, obviously subject to to check because I'm doing the math on the fly here. I have not yet done it for DEC, but the per month, according to my modeling, the per month bill under the stipulation in DEP would be around $77.89. And witness Hori, if I'm doing my math right, the per month would be $91.58. So that's a difference of $13.69 or $164 a year.
Okay.
For DEP.
All right, and of course the other you have. Would there be some way for you to submit that as a late filed exhibit? Could I ask for that, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely, we can reserve a late file exhibit 14.
Mr. Harris, I don't want to put you on the spot that quickly and give you a chance to do it, but if you would do that, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Williams.
Commissioner Caston.
Afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon.
Were you a participant in the stakeholder process?
I was a participant in the negotiations. I actually did not attend any of the stakeholder meetings.
Okay. But you were a participant in the development of the agreement?
That is correct.
Okay. ORS states they were not notified or invited to participate in that negotiations or in the relative to the agreement. Do you agree?
I would say that Mr. Huber primarily was sort of in charge of our relations. I would say from my perspective as a sort of analyst working under Mr. Huber, I have responded to all data requests and all concerns that I have heard from ORS prior to this hearing. And in my understanding, Mr. Huber has led Duke in trying to reach out as much as possible to negotiate with ORS.
I'm not sure if that was a yes or no.
My apologies, Commissioner. What I'm trying to say is, from my vantage point, from my seat, I believe Duke has tried to reach out and include ORS as much as we can.
I thought that's what you meant. I just wanted to see if you could shorten the dance just a little bit. So it sounds like Mr. Huber is the one that could answer that more accurately. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Thomas.
Commissioner Thomas, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, thank you for being back today. I have a question that's really sort of a follow-up to yesterday, if that's okay. Hopefully that's not too far outside the rules. All right, so yesterday we were talking about if additional money were going to be generated by these customers under the new stipulated rate. And the concept of solar customers contribute less money, but under this new structure, it will be less money, I think is what either you or Mr. Huber said, or maybe both. And in my opinion, less money is still more money. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so let's just say that under the current rate structure that's in effect today, if we had a customer that's a solar customer, and let's just say that customer is contributing $90. Let's say, let's say this customer is contributing $60. It's a $60 a month customer, and he's a solar customer. And if this identical customer would come on the system after June the 1st, when the new rates go into effect, let's assume that customer then would be contributing $90 a month. So that customer, just due to the change in the timing and the change in the rate structure, would be contributing an extra $30 a month under the new rates. So it seems to me then that customer that comes on board after June the 1st under the new structure would be contributing an extra $30 that is designed to be helping to eliminate cost shift. Does that make sense?
I agree that they are contributing more dollars than they would under the full retail net metering we have today. That was answering your question.
Okay. So they're contributing more money under the design that is supposed to help reduce the cost shift, correct?
They are contributing a more appropriate amount of money, more in line with the costs and benefits that Duke is submitting here, and that we believe reflective of the costs and benefits of their situation.
Exactly. So we're talking about two identical customers, one that's on the old structure and one that's on the new. And the new one's contributing more money as is supposed to happen as a result of part of the reason that we're going through this proceeding. And so I think the purpose of, in part, of that additional revenue is to help reduce the cost shift. And in my opinion, those dollars should be captured in a regulatory liability account and carried forward to be helping in the next rate case to help reduce the cost shift, as opposed to staying in the company's pockets. Does that make any sense?
I would say it doesn't to me, but I think this is a question more appropriate for witness Huber, because I'm not an expert on liability accounts and decoupling and some of the different regulatory structures that I think you're sort of getting outside of my area of expertise for this testimony.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I had.
All right. If there are no more commissioner questions for this witness, we can move to redirect, if any.
Very brief, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harris, do you recall hearing some, I think it was witness talked about a 30% developer adder in the payback period?
Yes, I recall that.
And I think the reference may have been that Duke developed that 30% development adder. Is that correct?
That might have been the reference. Duke did not develop it.
Duke did not develop it. So Duke did not develop this 30% adder on its own.
No.
And how did Duke come up with a 30% development adder?
It was upon guidance from Guidehouse, a consulting firm.
And that's a third-party consulting firm, correct?
That's correct. And
are considered to have industry expertise. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would be from all over the country, in your knowledge?
Yes.
So you adopted that based on that expertise and recommendation?
That has been Duke's standard. Guidehouse has provided that that input for several years, and Duke has used that in terms of developing our solar forecasts for many years, as far as I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Chairman, I have no more questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. You may be excused. Next witness, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, the companies would call Dr. Ahmed Faruqi.
Dr. Faruqi, please take the witness stand. Please pause to be sworn in by our court reporter.
Doctor, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Faruqi. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Ahmed Faruqi, AHMAD FARUQUI.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a principal with the consulting firm called the Brattle Group.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 25 pages of rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And if I asked you those same questions that were asked in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Dr. Faruqi's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Dr. Faruqi's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Dr. Faruqi, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 2 exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Dr. Faruqi's pre-filed exhibits be entered in as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Dr. Faruqi's exhibits 1 and 2 will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 15.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, Dr. Faruqi will provide a summary of his rebuttal testimony in Q&A format. Dr. Faruqi, what's the purpose of your testimony?
The purpose of my testimony is to comment on the various requirements of Act 62 and comment on ORS witness Horry's testimony regarding the November 2nd, 2020 stipulation. I explain why witness Horry's failure to consider the full context of the rate design aspects of the stipulation and the cost of service methodology used to compute the cost shifts from solar to non-solar customers indicate that he did not fully consider what the General Assembly indicated was important in assessing the solar choice tariffs in this proceeding.
Thank you. Please provide a brief summary of your qualifications.
I have advised clients internationally on rate designs, specifically innovative rate designs. I have designed experiments to test the impacts of time of use rates, critical peak pricing rates, and peak time rebates on customer usage. I serve on the editorial board of the Electricity Journal and have authored or co-authored more than 150 papers dealing with rate design, demand-side management, energy efficiency, demand response, load forecasting, decarbonization, and electrification.
Please explain your experience in the United States.
I have testified on behalf of utilities on matters specifically related to net energy metering in Arizona, Idaho, Kansas, Montana, and Nevada, and written articles on the cost shifts caused by net energy metering.
How would you advise a utility comply with Act 62 solar choice metering requirements?
I would advise that Act 62 calls for the elimination of cost shifts between solar and non-solar customers, but also encourages the deployment of rooftop solar panels, which requires a balancing act.
Does witness Horry adequately value the fact that a stipulation has been reached in this proceeding?
No. The debate around net energy metering around the United States has often been intensely adversarial, inconclusive, and unproductive. The stipulation reached in this proceeding represents a breakthrough in conversations between utilities and the solar industry, and I believe it contains a new paradigm that is worthy of consideration by all other jurisdictions, so long as the uniqueness of each jurisdiction is taken into consideration.
Please describe your experience participating in other net energy metering proceedings.
As I mentioned earlier, I have participated in numerous NEM proceedings. They're typically contentious and drawn out. Usually, they result in less than ideal outcomes.
What typically occurs in a more adversarial net energy metering proceeding?
The utility focuses on minimizing the cost shift from solar to non-solar customers, and the solar industry focuses on maintaining the incentive for customers to invest in rooftop solar panels and argues that the utility wants to eliminate the solar industry. Often, commissions will hold public meetings to discuss the proposals, which typically showcase only one side of the issue, because the people who generally show up at the public meetings are either solar customers or solar contractors. Commissions often find it difficult to approve any significant changes to the status quo.
How does the stipulation in this proceeding balance the perspectives of the different parties and benefit customers?
The time of use rates, minimum bill, and grid access fee go a long way toward addressing the cost shift issue, while also providing an upfront incentive based on the energy benefit which encourages solar adoption. The stipulation not only reduces the cost shift, but also provides customers with a viable pathway to invest in rooftop solar panels and reduce their energy bills while promoting clean energy. It therefore fulfills the full intent of Act 62.
Should the commission prioritize the goal of eliminating cost shift over the other goals of Act 62 as recommended by ORS Witness Horry?
No, Act 62 does not prioritize one goal over the other.
Does ORS's proposal use commission-approved methodologies?
No, Witness Horry uses a different methodology that has not been vetted by interveners or approved by the commission, which resulted in an increase to each component of the company's proposed tariffs.
Please explain the unique rate design aspects of the proposed tariffs.
The proposed tariffs involve the use of a time of use rate and a critical peak pricing rate, along with a minimum monthly bill, grid access charge, and an incentive for the installation of a smart thermostat paired with a critical peak pricing rate. This innovative rate design eliminates cost shift from solar to non-solar customers to the greatest extent practicable, while encouraging the efficient use of the company's generation, transmission, and distribution assets, thereby lowering electricity costs for all customers.
Witness Horry also proposes using a different cost allocator in this proceeding than that used in the base rate cases. What are your thoughts on this recommendation?
I have never seen such a proposal and believe it is a fundamental rate-making mistake. Using a different allocator for a subclass outside of a base rate case will create an imbalance of cost recovery and could lead to over or under collection of the revenue requirement. Further, it is not certain that a winter 1CP methodology would be adopted by the Commission in the future, and such a decision should not be made in a NEM proceeding because a change in allocators would affect all classes of customers.
What is the likely impact of the TOU rates and CPP rates proposed in the stipulation?
The immediate effect of these rates would be the mitigation of the cost shift from solar to non-solar customers. Additionally, solar customers will have an incentive to consume less energy during the peak period and more during the off-peak period.
Does ORS Witness Horry recognize the impact of TOU and CPP rates in his recommendations?
No, he agrees that these rates would incent solar customers to reduce winter peak demand, but admits that these benefits were not considered in his recommendation.
Does this conclude the summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, this concludes the summary of my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Faruqi. Please answer any questions of counsel or the commission.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon, and we have no questions for this witness.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Mr. Chairman, this is Peter Ledford. NCSEA does not have any cross for this witness.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
Mr. Chairman, Jeff Kirkendall for Solar Energy Industries Association. We have no cross for this witness.
Vote Solar.
Beth Durant for Vote Solar. We have no questions of this witness.
Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Taylor Spear for Alder Energy. No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Jeff Nelson for ORS, Mr. Chairman. We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions for Dr. Faruqi. Dr. Faruqi, I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the intense and contentious nature of the stakeholder process or the negotiation process regarding net energy metering and the cost shift in other jurisdictions. Is there any jurisdiction that has a solar choice tariff, any that's similar in any manner to what's being proposed today by the companies?
So, Mr. Chairman, California has a time of use rate tariff, which is mandatory for solar customers under the second generation of the net energy metering program here. It's called NEM 2.0. I'm actually a customer on the tariff. I have solar and storage on my roof and the storage in my backyard. There are 3 time periods in their tariff, which I believe is somewhat similar in structure to the tariff in the stipulation. Of course, you know, California is a very expensive state. Electricity is no exception, so the prices are much, much higher than in the stipulation, but those are California prices. So they do not have a critical peak pricing element like the one that the stipulation has. They do not have a grid access charge for systems above a certain size. In the stipulation, if I recall correctly, the size is 15 kW. There is no grid access charge. There is, however, a minimum bill to collect the costs associated with energy efficiency and demand response kinds of programs, and it's about $10 a month. So I believe, as I look at the elements of the stipulation, there is no critical peak pricing rate mandatory for solar customers. Yes, there is a time of use rate, but there is no grid access charge, and the minimum bill is a nominal amount. There is also no incentive to install a smart thermostat and to pair it with a critical peak pricing rate. So those are the missing elements, I would say, in the California solution. Of course, as you might know, California is revisiting its net metering provisions, and they have started proceedings on NEM 3.0, which has just begun to gather momentum. But until that is completed, we won't know where it will end up.
Could it be argued that the provisions that the companies or the stipulations, the provision of the stipulations that are absent from California's net energy metering 2.0 serve as protections so that solar won't be overvalued?
Let me make sure I understood the question. Are you saying that the provisions in California might be overvaluing solar? Did I understand that correctly?
No, sir. The missing provisions. You mentioned that the provisions in the stipulation, some of them are missing from California. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And there's some concern that solar may be overvalued under the stipulation here in South Carolina, and no one wants to have energy prices as high as California. So I'm wondering whether or not some of the provisions in the stipulation that are missing from California will help prevent the overvaluation of solar.
So in the stipulation, the provisions that are included are minimizing the cost shift while still encouraging a robust solar industry. One could say that perhaps the provisions that have been added in the stipulation go beyond, like, for example, what California has, and maybe they are going to undervalue solar in South Carolina, but I don't think they're going to overvalue solar.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions for you. I don't believe any of my colleagues have questions for you. Any redirect?
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman, just to Mr. Faruqi, you described in your testimony, you described the solar choice tariffs as new and innovative. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Given your experience throughout the country and internationally, this commission has been curious about the implementation of what are best practices. Do you think that, is it your testimony that these solar choice tariffs reflect best practices?
In my opinion, they do. As I mentioned earlier, California has otherwise attempted to deal with these challenges by having mandatory time of use rates, but it has not included the other elements. California has estimated that the cost shift today is $3 billion a year, 3 billion with a B, from the non-solar customers to the solar customers. And California is now going down a path where in the NEM 3.0, the utilities have proposed adding a grid access charge and also raising the fixed charge. So in a sense, South Carolina, in my opinion, based on what I have seen, is way ahead of the proposals that are currently under consideration in California.
Attorney Cooper, I believe you're on mute.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. You'd think by now I'd have it down. Thank you, Dr. Faruqi. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, Dr. Faruqi, you may be excused. Call you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, did you say I could call our next witness?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the companies would next call Lon Huber.
Mr. Huber, please take the stand.
Mr.
You're already under oath.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Huber, did you prepare or cause to be prepared 20 pages of rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Huber's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Huber's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Huber, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 2 exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Huber's pre-filed exhibits be entered as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Huber's pre-filed rebuttal exhibits will be entered into the record, will be marked and entered into the record as a composite exhibit and entered as hearing exhibit 16.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, at this time, Mr. Huber will provide a summary of his rebuttal testimony in a Q&A format. Mr. Huber, what is the purpose of your rebuttal testimony?
Yeah, the purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to respond to various allegations contained in the testimony provided by ORS witness Horry.
Can you please summarize the company's position on the settlement related to residential and non-residential solar choice tariffs?
Yes, the companies believe the settlement and proposal before the commission represents some of the most innovative rates in the utility industry and resolves a long-standing dispute between the utility and solar industries. In doing so, the agreement provides a viable path forward for net metering in South Carolina while reducing the cost shift to the greatest extent practicable in accordance with Act 62.
Can you please summarize the company's response to Witness Horry's concerns regarding the cost shift?
Sure. Witness Horry has described the company's embedded cost shift analysis as incorrect, even though this methodology that we use serves as the basis for all of the company's retail electric rates. This is the very reason why the companies utilize the summer CP to develop rates within the net metering tariff submitted in this proceeding. Using a different allocator for a subset of customers would be inappropriate, and you wouldn't know which exact allocator to even use because there's so many different choices. Witness Horry has represented the company's approach to calculating the embedded cost shift as incorrect when he merely disagrees with the methodology. He uses loaded terms such as flawed, inaccurate, and false. It is one thing to disagree on a methodology, but it is another thing to say that using the current method of cost allocation by which all present rates are designed is outdated and incorrect.
Please summarize the company's response to Witness Horry's suggestion that the commission may disregard certain portions of Act 62 related to solar choice tariffs.
Witness Horry acknowledges on page 6 of his direct testimony that cost shift minimization and support of the DER market are challenging goals to try to balance, but then fails to attempt to balance them. While he does on page 32 of his direct testimony explain that this key balancing act is not the primary focus of ORS in this proceeding, he only presents the commission with the option to adopt his admittedly one-side position that focuses on that single requirement of Act 62. The General Assembly's direction to the commission through Act 62, though, was to balance the list of considerations, including the legislation. There is no opening to pick and choose what aspects of the legislation to emphasize or largely ignore. Witness Horry has presented an extreme, a non-approved methodology to reach his conclusions. And this creates a false choice for the commission that does not need to exist because the settlement strikes the balance Act 62 requires.
So you believe the settlement strikes the right balance between the different goals of Act 62?
Yes, a central tenet of the settlement was to simplify an amazingly complex topic by using currently approved commission policy in the hope of avoiding a protracted and contentious proceeding. In doing so, the settling parties have created what will be the nation's most cutting-edge rooftop solar policy and results in a compromise that fairly meets the needs of all the stakeholders. In terms of cost shift, we looked at it from two different lenses to ensure we were meeting the objectives of Act 62. It is for this very reason Duke performed a marginal cost analysis, again, using commission-approved methods. It found that the settlement reduced the unwarranted cost shift by 88%, where roughly 80% of the South Carolina net metering customers in Duke territories in South Carolina are located. This marginal cost approach assigned only 10% of avoided generation value to the summer peak and 90% to the winter peak. This addresses Witness Horry's focus on winter peak, but without having to break regulatory norms and force the use of new methodologies as he suggests. Having been in many contentious net metering proceedings nationwide, it is my goal to make this proceeding as smooth and cordial as possible by not proposing speculative methodologies that have not been approved by this commission. That way, the commission can focus on what's really important, which is striking the right balance between the multiple goals of Act 62.
Please respond to ORS's criticism of the process and structure of the settlement.
Witness Horry's bold assertion that the companies have not been forthright or provided useful information because of the settlement is baseless. it is disingenuous and bad policy to attack a cooperative solution due to the mere existence of an MOU, particularly given the fact that the companies have engaged with ORS on these topics for over a year, and the current net metering programs arose from a similar collaborative settlement to which ORS was a party. The agreement provides a viable path forward for net metering in South Carolina while reducing the cost shift to the greatest extent practical. And I just want to add that we heard Mr. Horry talk about not having enough on the record. At any point, there could have been data requests on this very topic, and we could have addressed it like we did all the other data requests from ORS to build the case in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. Did Witness Horry address the yet to be proposed BYOT program in his testimony?
Yes, Witness Horry acknowledges that customer response and technology will reduce winter peak demand, but does not factor it into his cost shift calculations. He uses the BYOT incentive, which is the Bring Your Own Thermostat program, as a reason to not do this. However, one does not look at embedded cost reduction when analyzing technology incentive levels. Moreover, he claims that customer generators would obtain more incentives than a non-solar customer under the Bring Your Own Thermostat program. His claim is incorrect, as the financial incentive under the Bring Your Own Thermostat program is identical for both customer generators and non-solar customers. Witness Horry might be getting confused between the incentive for solar energy devices and the eligibility requirement of participating in a demand response program to gain access to that incentive for solar energy devices.
Please describe and respond to Witness Horry's concerns with the TOU pricing and the solar choice tariffs.
The companies used the cost duration methodology I developed while in the rate design consulting space. I have successfully utilized this methodology to design rates in other jurisdictions. As described in Witness Harris's direct testimony, the cost duration model was specifically designed to identify appropriate TOU pricing by forecasting hourly system costs coincident with the TOU periods. Witness Horry suggests the use of loss of load expectations, or LOLE, for setting prices in different TOU periods. If LOLE was used over the method in the cost duration model in this case, it would compress a majority of costs within just a few hours of the TOU rate. Witness Horry's proposed methodology would result in a sky-high peak in CPP rates, for example, with around 44 cents a kilowatt-hour CPP rate and 35 cents a kilowatt-hour rate in DEP and DEC, respectively. The peak rate would be underneath those CPP prices 27 cents and 32.9 cents a kilowatt-hour for DEP and DEC. So in comparison to our current TOU rates that exist today, they're around 6.9 cents to 7.7 cents in DEP. I imagine South Carolina customers would have a difficult time accepting rates as high as Witness Horry is proposing. In California, one of the few states with rates that high, you see well-off customers respond to these kinds of extreme prices with technologies that could cause the very cost shift ORS is seeking to avoid. The proposed solar choice peak rates are still a significant increase from the status quo peak rates of roughly 15.2 cents and 16.2 cents a kilowatt hour in DEC and DEP respectively. As a reminder, the companies did consider loss of load expectations, or LOLE, when determining TOU periods, but did not recommend it for allocating costs between TOU periods. That way, South Carolina is getting the best of both worlds, the right time periods, but without the extreme prices.
How did the company's stakeholder engagement process help meet the goals of Act 62?
Yeah, this is coming up a lot. The company's process engaged multiple stakeholders representing various interests in order to collaboratively build this next generation of net metering. And the resulting stipulation builds on the successful development of solar generating capacity It avoids disruption to the growing market for customer scale DER and fairly allocates costs and benefits to eliminate cost shift to the greatest extent practicable. The stakeholder process accounted for all the various policy goals within the Act, within Act 62. We met with ORS in May to discuss potential rate designs, again in September to discuss the possible settlement agreement, again before the MOU is signed, and again in December, which is the first time that I heard the strong insistence on winter peak allocator, and again, trying to continue to reach agreement. We also responded to their data requests throughout this process. And while it may not have been officially titled a settlement agreement meeting, we were working towards achieving consensus and do think ORS was engaged in settlement discussions throughout the process.
Do you believe the stipulations are in the best interest of all rate?
Absolutely. These stipulations balance the interests of all customers and represent months-long efforts to obtain feedback from parties with differing views in order to find a mutually agreeable path forward for rooftop solar in South Carolina.
Does this conclude the summary of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. At this time, answering.
Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Kate Mixon, and we have no questions for Mr. Huber.
North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Ledford on behalf of NCSEA. Mr. Huber, I have just a couple of questions for you. Mr. Huber, in your rebuttal testimony, you respond to witness Horry's rate design recommendations, correct?
Correct.
And both the stipulation and witness Horry include time varying rates in their recommendations, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Huber, has Duke fully rolled out smart meters in its South Carolina territory?
Yes.
And how do smart meters help customers to understand the impact of time of use rate designs on their bills?
So those AMI meters, if they're linked up to basically the right software, in essence, can provide interval meter data to a customer so that they can understand when they use electricity and how that works with the TOU rate. A customer doesn't necessarily need to have AMI because they can just gauge when they use things, but sometimes it's very helpful to know, for a customer to know, hey, well, I've got some load sources that are on I didn't know about, and they're hitting during the peak time. That could be like a pool pump, for instance.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. That was all I had.
Solar Energy Industries Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have no questions for this witness.
Vote Solar.
Beth Durant for Vote Solar. We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Alder Energy Systems, LLC.
Taylor Spear for Alder Energy. No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
This is Jeff Nelson for the Office of Regulatory Staff. Mr. Chairman, we have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions. Commissioner Caston.
Afternoon, Mr. Huber.
Good afternoon.
I know this has been asked, but I want to ask it again. ORS states that they were not included, and I think said they were not contacted about participating in the meetings, discussions relative to the development of the stipulation. Is that true?
No, I do not believe so. Our respective councils were engaged in open dialogue while the ORS might not have had the calendar invites to these in-depth negotiations. They were aware of them, but also just practically speaking, I didn't think that those talks could necessarily go anywhere. I guess I gave it a 33% chance we've had any success in getting all these parties together. And so, you know, I think it's also fair to say that, you know, I wanted to see at least initially too, just how productive the conversations would be with all the different parties. But ORS was certainly aware that these conversations were happening. And in fact, I do believe, you know, we later on also made public comments about how we were open to working with parties on the stipulation, or on the MOU, I should say.
What do you mean when you said that you did, I think you said at 33%, you didn't think that it would go far, or sounds like you had low expectations. Were you talking about relative to ORS?
No, just in general, coming to an agreement in this matter.
Okay.
You know, as these are very contentious issues, and if you were, you know, to talk to me back when I first started these the conversations, I would have said, yeah, I think, you know, probably a 33% chance we'd be able to come together on something.
Any idea how many things like this you've been involved with in the past?
Oh boy, many. You know, definitely more than how many fingers I have, for sure.
How many of them were easy?
None of them were easy. This was one of the hardest, I'll be honest.
But you feel like it was successful and you concluded?
At the end of the day, I do.
If it's not apparent, then I've really just done a very poor job, because in this particular hearing, and I know in previous hearings, I've mentioned personally that the merits of bringing a broad range of stakeholders to the table to discuss things, fight about things, whatever, acknowledging that it is not easy. And you agree with that, correct?
Agreed.
So I kind of jotted my thoughts here as just actually before I came in. And I've said it before that I applaud the efforts by the utilities, the solar advocates, and others to use a process that brings folks together to deal with complex issues. These are complex issues, aren't they?
These issues are some of the most complex you will probably be engaged in, honestly, because this issue impacts everything from cost of service to rate design to past resource needs to future resource needs. It is almost everything, right? I mean, you know, you're not talking about ROE, right? But I mean, this is all some of the most complex things, and it's new technology on top of that, right? And that's why, you know, and because again, I've been in your shoes. This is why I tried to use everything that has already been approved by the commission. And we've heard a little bit about, well, has the commission explicitly used an approved methodology for rooftop solar, right? And maybe that hasn't been the case, but what I've been trying to do is put that resource, treat it just like any other resource through the methodology that have been approved by the commission to give you actionable information so that you have confidence that we have met the balancing act required from Act 62.
And these are not only complex issues, but they're also competing interests, correct?
That's right, to make it even more difficult.
So, I'm going to say it again, probably in a different way. My hope is that this process will not only continue, but improve. And the process in the future will make sure that, I say the little guy, you know, I mean, just that regular customer. Because I know there's a manufacturers association. They've got a group that they get together and they can attend things and argue their point. Solar environmental groups have theirs. You know, everybody's got their group. but the little guy's on his own. You know, he can't afford the attorney or the expert witness. So it's my hope that as we move forward in the future, we'll make sure that the little guy's not overlooked or forgotten. So, is it possible, are you the person that can promise me that these folks and their interest will be included in all similar future efforts? And before you answer that, I've heard repeatedly how, and I don't believe for a second that you do not have an interest in all your customers, or that anyone at Duke or any of the other folks don't have an interest in the other customers and the different rate classes. But it just doesn't seem right or feel right that everybody's got their experts and attorney. These folks don't. They're relying on us. I mean, they're relying on us because they don't even know they don't even know this discussion's going on. Now, we can say they do. No, they don't. So, are you the person that can promise me that in similar future efforts?
I believe I have that authority. Keep in mind, I am pretty new to Duke, but I think I would also say this though. I think you can tell I'm a pretty collaborative type of person, and I would want to brainstorm with you and others about the best way to accomplish what you're proposing, because I want to make sure that it checks that box that you're talking about. And again, I've tried to think of this in my previous roles of how can I get get the pulse of the typical residential customer. Is it surveys? Is it focus groups? How can we make sure we're doing that? A lot of times you do have to lean on elected officials, but I guess I would just almost ask you in response of if you and others would be willing to engage to work with me to figure out the best way to accomplish what you're asking.
Well, I'd have to check with our staff here, but I'm pretty sure I probably couldn't do that. But I will say the easiest thing in the world for me to do is pass that on to you. I know how easy that is, but I can tell you this. I do believe you're a collaborative kind of guy, because I was very much that way too. And I do not have the answer. I'd like to tell you I did, because we struggled at where I previously worked with the exact same thing. And we didn't have near the customers you guys had. I don't know exactly what the right answer is or the easy answer, but I know it's something different than this right here. I know that. Now, that's not fair to you, but I have faith and confidence that you and the Duke companies, and actually the other utilities, can find a way to do this. And I've thought about surveys too, but is it a statistical survey, or is it? That's a challenge. That's tough. So can I at least count on you and the Duke companies, to the best of their ability, do whatever you can to make sure the little guy's part of this as much as he can be? Because most of your customers don't know that this is going on. They don't. And if they did, they wouldn't understand it. Why? Because we just got through saying these are incredibly complex issues. So you'll do the best you can to do that, right?
I commit to doing the best I can to make sure we're reading the average residential customer as accurately as possible. That's my commitment to you. Yes.
And you cannot make ORS or anyone else participate in anything, but can you promise me that you will do everything that you can do to include ORS and any other entity that should and needs to provide input and feedback?
Absolutely, and I think for the folks listening in who've worked with me, I give them my personal cell phone number, and I'm an open door policy to stakeholders for whenever they want to chat about something.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Huber. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Commissioner, questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Thomas, floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Huber. And I appreciate you tossing that idea out there to Commissioner Caston just now. I kind of feel like he does, it'd be great, but we probably are not allowed to do that. But who knows, maybe somebody on the staff can. But I don't know, we'll see. It's worth considering. Appreciate you throwing that idea out there. Let me run back through with you what I was running through with Mr. Harris just a little while ago in terms of a solar customer today compared to an identical solar customer that comes on this summer after the new rate scheme is in effective, assuming that does happen. So again, let's just throw out a solar customer that is now operating under the system, and he contributes $60. You can say $60 a month or so if you want to. And then let's say that identical customer comes on this summer under the new framework, and he is contributing $90. So basically you have identical customers, solar customers, one's contributing 60 a month, the other one's 90 a month. So in my opinion, obviously that's an extra $30 a month that's coming in as a result of going through this whole process and making that change. Does that make any sense?
Sorry, Commissioner. I guess I just don't view it as extra coming in by any means. It's just less losses to us, and again, we aren't able to refund money we're not getting. This is basically how I view it.
Well, I understand that you're still not getting what you would get from a regular non-solar customer, but there is, in my opinion, there's no point going through this whole process if things aren't changing so that you are recovering more from these identical customers under the current scenario and the future scenario. Would you agree with that?
That's correct. Yeah. The goal here is to reduce that cost shift, and in reducing the cost shift, we lose less money.
Right. And the less money that you're losing is supposed to be going to reduce that cost shift. I mean, that's the reason for going through all of this, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So once again, in my example of someone that is in the future contributing $30 more than someone now, then I don't see any other way than to say that, that's extra money or an extra contribution. That's my opinion. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm really struggling because we can't we're not really even receiving that extra money. I guess I'm trying to put it into numbers that I try to understand. So if a customer, say, has a bill before solar, that's $125 a month. And that customer bill under regular net metering goes to $50. There's a big gap there, right?
Yes.
These new tariffs, that customer goes from $125 to $85. right? So I think we lose $40 versus $75, but that doesn't mean we're all of a sudden found this new pot of money, right? It just means our losses are a bit less than they were before. And so again, you can't sort of refund what you've never received since we've already, lost that $40.
I understand that. I guess my concern is, again, is we're have so many different things going on, and one of the different things that's going on is this is happening outside of a rate case, and in my opinion, that's somewhat of a problem. But that's the way it is. That's the way it has to be. So we're dealing with, again, a small group of customers outside of a rate case that, in theory, we're supposed to doing something coming up with a scenario that is going to help all the other customers. I mean, is that correct?
Yeah, and I think maybe I know where the disconnect is. When we go to set rates and at that rate design at a certain level, 11 cents a kilowatt hour, we are not assuming anyone is going to go solar in that calculation. And so when somebody does go solar, that's a revenue loss to us. We don't say, hey, we think there's going to be 1,000 solar customers in between now and the next rate case. We need to increase rates to cover that. And that might be the disconnect, because it's really just a hit to the company in between rate cases. And then when there is a rate case, then things are recalibrated because we have less units to sell electricity over, essentially.
I understand that. I guess my thinking is that when you're going through a rate case, there's an awful lot of planning, an awful lot of moving parts, and a lot of assumptions on what is going to happen in the future. You're basing the rates on the cost of service study, the rate base, and allowed rate of return, all of that stuff. But you're still thinking to the future. And I don't want to confuse things, but I mean, that's in part the reason for the integrated resource plan too, is that you're looking forward and trying to see the future, which of course nobody can do. But I guess I'm still just, I don't know. I'm just not picking it up.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but it's you're saving from not having to make an expenditure and for the down the road things. But some states, and this is not South Carolina, are forward-looking test years, and so I think maybe you could be thinking about that regulatory construct. We do not have that construct in South Carolina presently, but yeah, I mean, I think doing anything to what you suggest would undermine our ability to have cost recovery, which I do believe is stated as to make sure we have rates that lead to proper cost recovery, listed in Act 62. So, but I see your point when thinking of a different forward-looking type of test year regulatory policy. But again, we have historic test year here in South Carolina.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I had.
You bet.
Sure,
Thanks.
sure, William.
Commissioner Caston.
Back to what you guys were just discussing, Mr. Huber, and I probably should not wade into this at all, but were you saying that, okay, your rate is what it is now, and you don't adjust that rate as customers come on with solar? So your revenue expectations were based on what your rate is, and not what you lost or what you think you might lose or how much you'll lose. So are you saying that the next go-round, you look at, again, what the anticipated revenue was, where the shortfall was, and recalibrate or adjust the rates to recover that lost revenue. Is that what you were saying?
Oh, you almost had it, except I think you said anticipate. And again, this is not necessarily my favorite regulatory model, just so everybody knows. I'm not endorsing the what we have today. But under our current structure, I can really only look backwards. So I can't say, hey, I think there's going to be 1,000 solar customers next year. I can only look at what happened in the test year. And then from there, it's almost like this regulatory structure we have is saying in the future, everything is sort of static on that past test year. So it's like you freeze time and you almost pretend that everything is held constant, then moving forward. And now there's a few exceptions like fuel clauses, some of these things can be updated, but if all of a sudden we have an explosion of solar customers or, and 10,000 join, there's nothing I can do to make an adjustment. I have to wait until a rate case and then again have to look in the past. And that's, and again, we get into topics like regulatory lag and so forth. And so it's a process that this state has and other states have it. I had this in Arizona as well. But in other states I've worked in, we could look forward and we could make those adjustments but yeah, we cannot really anticipate. We can just look backwards.
I understand. I actually almost think I've got it. That said, it sounds as though it's really, I guess, just the rate structure, the rate methodology, the way we do things or the way it's done dictates the current process and pretty much what you defined, correct?
That's right. It's all about the regulatory framework, right? Because that sets up the whole ball game, and then we just follow it, right? And that's again, why we've been hitting on this allocator issue, so much, and other things where we're bound under the regulatory process that has been set up, and that has certain financial implications that maybe some would think are sort of counterintuitive to how business is actually done in the real world. And of course, there's good reasons to have an historic test year. There's good reasons to have a forward-looking test year, but sometimes things can be a little bit counterintuitive to how you would run a business, and that's partly because, again, we're a regulated entity, and we have certain regulatory mechanisms and processes we abide by.
I understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Hooper.
Chairman Williams, this is Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Huber, believe it or not, I'm going to try to jump in with my other colleagues and continue this discussion and see if I'm beginning to understand an aspect of this. With your next test year, will you have a group of solar customers that you'll be able to not include in that, that will be, I'm realizing the challenge with what I'm asking, because you don't have solar customers in a particular rate class, but will that help you at all dealing with this question of recapturing, of planning better based on historic data for those solar customers?
Having these I think I'm not sure. I don't think the tariffs do it. I think what will be in front of you all next when we start to talk about the energy efficiency aspect of this and the incentives. but I don't think the tariffs help me much at all, unfortunately, with this. I wish they would, but there is another mechanism. There's other things that we can do to help plan. I think that'll be coming up next.
And I understand that. I think I meant when your next rate case came up, when you have a larger group of solar customers, my naive question was whether that would help you when you've got a larger base.
Yeah, I think it's always great to have a large sample size. I think the sample size we have now is actually pretty solid, at least for residential. For non-residential, we need to continue to build up our sample size. So to that end, the solar choice tariffs will certainly help as more customers adopt them. And just to sort of gauge, hey, how do these customers interact with these new tariffs, and how do they reduce their winter, or I should say their summer peak demand, and so forth. And so I'm really curious. I can't wait to see some of the customer responses to the TOU rates and the critical peak pricing and the smart thermostats. But in general, I think the better the sample size, the better we're able to judge the effectiveness of rate design.
That sounded very diplomatic, and I do appreciate all of the education that all of you are giving to the new commissioners that still have a long way to go in terms of learning about rate design. So thank you.
I was going to say, I do teach a course at the Financial Research Institute. It's NARUC accredited and everything. I'm not sure what the rules are with you guys all attending, but it's a really fun course that goes through a lot of this stuff. And we have, like role-playing things of you have to design this and that. So, and NARUC also had great courses, by the way. I went through, I really enjoyed them. So.
Thank you for those suggestions. On the last page of your testimony, you talk about the pilot that has taken place in a territory in North Carolina related to the critical peak design and the impact on winter peak load. And I'm just curious, it looked like 12% to 17% kind of impact. How did that work? What were the signals? To me, that gives us a glimpse of the power of interfacing with customers and peak design and time of use rates.
Yeah, great question. So it's very, very similar to what we're proposing here in terms of that critical peak pricing event. And as you noted, we saw those 12 to 17% impacts on that winter peak reduction. We saw strong summer peak demand reduction as well. And just to be clear, we were conservative and we did not include those in the cost shift analysis, right? So I want to make it clear that we did not include that, and again, trying to be conservative here on our estimates. So the one additional thing that we're adding to the solar choice tariffs for customers that are eligible, will be the thermostat control. What we saw the pilot in North Carolina was that the customers that had a smart thermostat had higher peak demand reductions in the winter. And not all the customers had smart thermostats, right? So you're sort of getting a mix when you see the 17% numbers. But for a customer that's eligible for this bring your own thermostat through choice, now you've got a thermostat that we can control directly on that key day. So I expect some pretty peak demand reduction from not only having that control, but then the customer having the smart thermostat, and then the customer realizing that it's peak pricing times. So I'm very hopeful we can get some strong customer response there.
does the customer learn on an app on the thermostat? How did they learn and then respond?
Yeah, there's a variety of ways, and it sometimes depends on the thermostat manufacturer. So I have Nest, and in Nest, which Google owns, I can look at my thermostat and it'll tell me, hey, right now time, or it's a peak event, something like that. Sometimes it'll be an email the day ahead. So there's a variety of different methods, really depending on the manufacturer of the thermostat.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No further questions.
Thanks.
Any redirect for this witness?
Mr. Chairman, we have no redirect.
All right, we're in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. If we can't finish Friday, we need to start talking about or thinking about Saturday. We're in recess until 9 a.m. in the morning.
Chairman Williams, Taylor Spear for Older Energy.
Yes.
Thank you. I am scheduled tomorrow for a COVID shot. I have an underlying condition, and so would like to make that appointment. I would request permission to appear telephonically.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right.